Thank you. Roll call. Mr. Goodhart?
Aye. Present.
Thank you. Mr. Holden?
Present.
Mr. Locke?
Present.
And Mrs. Williams present. Item 3.
Item number 3, general opening public comment.
Anybody that would like to speak, please give your name and spell the last name for the record.
Now it is. My name's Annette Fuentes, ANNETTEFUENTES, and I would like to have this comment on record if I could. I have before me a letter regarding to the state engineer. I'm not sure if...
Ma'am, that is an agenda item. Would you wait for that moment to discuss that letter?
Oh, this is regarding Order 1330.
Oh, that's an agenda item too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Anybody else that would like to speak on something that isn't on the agenda?
Yes. So, my name is Victor Fuentes, Fuentes, and I have a letter over here from 2011, regardless the contaminated water under Area 51. It was passed by the legislation in 2011 unanimously for Democrat and Republican alike, and it's about that contaminated water. The state engineer came to Amargosa Valley a few weeks ago, and he was talking about the Apple Hole and how he's going to extend the limit, to 40 miles radius of the hole, and everybody who apply for water and air, their water will be denied except for environmental purposes. We have all these trillions of water contaminated on the Area 51, and he never came to defend us from this, and that water belongs to Nye County. And so I would like for you to see if we can call the DOE and the state engineer and all those officials here, so we can talk about this and see how they're going to pay for this, because it's billions of dollars in water that they own to us, billions.
Mr. Fuentes, did you see who was the author of that particular one?
That was you. That was you, a long time ago.
Yeah, the Los Angeles Times refers to that water as Nevada's hidden ocean
Correct.
of nuclear contaminated water, enough to supply Las Vegas needs for half a century. That's the volume of water we're talking about.
Excuse me. If you'd allow general comment to take place, then you get to comment on the general comment. Thank you.
Yeah, and then also in 2010, we have a government agent that came to Nevada. This is the second thing. It came to Nevada and illegally and unlawfully divert waterways from Nye County. And in the process, he divert water that belong to Nye County, okay? Available water on their Ashmeadow Agreement of 1884 that belong to Nye County. And he was impersonating a expert when he was not. So I believe that he need to bring, Nye County need to bring him to justice. Direct this case to the DEA, and because if somebody come to impersonate somebody that he is not, and he caused damage to Nye County, he need to be accountable for that. And that's what he did. T. Mayer is his name, Timothy Mayer. And then
Could I request that you give a copy of all your information to our manager?
Yes, I have it.
Our office files right now are a bit of a mess, and so if he can have that, we'd appreciate it very much.
Correct. And then the last thing quickly is the Supreme Court of Nevada in March 27, 2008, confirmed that a vested water right is the higher form of vested water right in Nevada. And even if you change the point of diversion or you change the use of that water, you will never lose your priority date. So let's see how we're going to, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now I can make a quick response to.
Excuse me, not until the item's open. Sorry, Ed.
Okay.
Mr. Goodhart.
State your name and spell your last name.
Don Bosta, B-O-S-T-A. I would like the board to contact the state engineer and establish the fact that Basin 162 is an artesian basin along with Las Vegas. Las Vegas was the first artesian basin, and the Pahrump Basin 162 was the second artesian basin. The state engineer has come forward in some of the last orders, and he has talked about the basins as being agricultural or quasi-municipal. And I'd like to know, when was the title artesian basin changed? Because the laws are written around the fact that the state engineer only has authority over artesian wells, and that's the 1939 Act. And they have gone around the language of the legislation, changing the vocabularies of the state engineer because he has the right to change the orders. And I don't understand why legislature gives a director who is hired by the state to manage water to allow him to make law.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please state your name and spell your last name. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Shireen Waite, W-A-I-T-E. I have just a few comments that I'd like to make public record, one for possible consideration for discussion. As you all know, I had questions that I asked to anyone that would listen. I did not give up, nor will I, but I have been answered somewhat by Mr. Sullivan, the state engineer, and his team. I have serious concerns about 2027, and I will keep reading, and I will keep asking. I want to be educated. The important issue that was not addressed at all, I will not give up on, is the use of the word realtor in state sites about water and wells. It's usually found in the quick tips section. I own a real estate brokerage here in Pahrump, so let's be clear. I'm not here to get anyone in trouble, point any fingers. I am here to keep my business out of trouble, plain and simple. I think everyone knows that realtors live by a code of ethics, and the biggest thing is disclose, disclose, disclose. In the GWMP, Chapter 5A, Aggressive Water Education, this chapter starts with these words: in order to educate residents of 162 about current water issues, promote conservation ethic, and create community pride and responsible management of water sources. It goes on to say this is a top priority. Top priority. I'm asking the board to consider this for action. Education for all realtors on the effects of drought conditions, long-term agendas and plans for the future of Basin 162, the different rights in different neighborhoods, not just how to get the well, but the long-term viability of the well, utility companies and how they do, don't, or possibly in the future work for the property owner, anything else that affects the property owner when it comes to water and wells and their property. This is the least the state and our board can do for such a complex and very gray subject. I cannot count the times I have read on social media sites here in this town of Pahrump, my realtor never told me. Planning don't know anything. It's all in who you know. I'm talking as recent as this morning on this very issue. I cannot afford to not know these things. I would also bet the property owner feels the same. Thank you for your time and consideration on this matter.
Thank you. Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Roshane Jenkins, R-I-C-H-A-Y-N-E Jenkins. First, I would like to thank Mr. Weeks for all of the work he did do and all of the questions. He was able, with your available resources at the time, to help. I'm here to just bring up, as a property owner, an issue that I found in some of my research, and it's regarding how there's a few states, Arizona and Colorado, for example, that allow the property owners to title their wells. At the end of the deed, they are allowed to go to the recorder's office with their property deed and deed their title, or excuse me, deed their well also. Arizona charges $30 for this. It could benefit our whole county with the education part of it, give us a little more resources. It could help in ways that we currently don't have funding for. It would be able to update the water.org system, where my well is only listed on the well driller's report, nowhere else. It's in my father's name because he's the one in 2008 is the one that actually asked for the well to be put in. That's the only place that that well is found within the whole system. And if we were to title our wells, it would give current information, because when I purchased my home through my loan, I was required to get a well driller's report and a water quality report. Those could be then given for that private well with no water rights. Don't get me wrong, I'm not talking water rights. With that well, those two documents could be given to the recorder's office, where then that information could be added to the database, and all of these wells that are listed with no information could have current information. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to speak? I'll close public comment. Oh, is there anyone in Tonopah? Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nobody in Tonopah to speak at this time.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it, and welcome on board. Nice to see you. I don't believe there's anyone on the phone. We don't have phone contact, do we? No, we don't have phone contact. Thank you. Item 4.
Item number 4, board comments.
Yeah, I was going to say that, you were talking about the amount of water that was, shall we say, impaired water quality for future generations on the test site, but I applaud you for bringing that forward. I forget that that was a long time ago, 10 years ago. Not much has been done with the state or with Nye County in terms of bringing that very important point to the forefront, because we're talking about mitigation. The value of that impaired resource is incalculable, well into the tens of billions of dollars. So that's something that we definitely have to be reminded of. And moving forward, we have to look at all of the different issues that impact Nye County's ability to provide water for its citizens going into the future. And having a body of water that large, having that quality of water impaired to that degree is definitely something that does affect the future of Nye County. So thank you for bringing that up.
Any other board comments? We'll close item 4. Item 5.
Approval of agenda, and I have no items to remove, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Close that item and move to item 6.
Disclosure statements by the board, please.
Are there any disclosure statements by board members?
Only mine. This is Deborah Strickland, STRICKLAND. I'm a licensed well drilling contractor and a broker of water rights, and do not feel that impedes this board, but indeed helps it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll close item 6 and move to item 7.
Number 7 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to direct staff to schedule a budget workshop with Nye County Finance Department's Liz Jordan as her schedule will most readily accommodate.
Board, any comments, any ideas?
Manager, when do you think we should try and do it at the next meeting?
Well, I will certainly ask for the soonest available. I know that they've just closed out a lot of their budget work, so they may have some more room to accommodate us.
I mean, I'd suggest we try and do it
On the 25th?
at the next meeting, at a specific time during the meeting so that they know that when they come, we'll just break for that item so they won't have to wait in between.
We can load the agenda so that she's taken care of first.
Okay, thank you.
When was our tentative next meeting going to be scheduled for?
25th of July?
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I will be traveling that day in an airplane, so, but, you know.
Then we'll have to make other arrangements.
And we can possibly make sure that you get the backup and any questions that you might have, you could submit, and we can get those put into the record during the meeting.
Thank you.
But will
Anything
you
else?
be on board by phone?
Well, I'll be traveling to an airport and on an airplane, so.
Right, we'd probably want to take care of those. If you had any concerns or comments that you'd want to include, we'd probably want to get that before the meeting.
Commissioner Strickland, question. Do you have any more applicants for the other areas that you know of? And if so, when would you be voting so that in the event that we don't have a board member, we can still move forward with agenda items? Of course, it would need to be a unanimous vote, but it allows us to do so.
I know of two that have made application. I don't remember when your term is up. Do you?
Yeah,
I think
it's
all,
the end of the
all of us
July
are up
Yes.
except for
or Goodhart.
Mr. Goodhart is 2 years. We all are ending at the 31st of July.
This 31st of July.
Yes. June, I should say. 31st
So it's
of
moving
June.
quickly. Let me see if I can get a staff answer on that.
Yeah, we'll
Okay.
need it on an agenda as soon as possible.
Well, yeah, it should be on the agenda for this 22nd, in reality.
In
which is,
reality, I would hope, yeah.
It's tomorrow, so, yeah.
Yeah.
I will, it's not on the agenda for tomorrow, I'll guarantee you that.
No.
I'll reach out to staff now.
But
Yeah,
maybe the first meeting in July, if you can do that. That way, we're not meeting until the 25th. If we approve that date, it was discussed. With Mr. Goodhart not being present, we may really need to look at another date, and we'll discuss that under that agenda item.
And if I might just say, the workshop that we've talked about here on this item doesn't necessarily need to be scheduled for a meeting date. The workshop with Liz can be done at a different schedule at your convenience. The workshop is separate from a meeting.
But the public will be present.
Yes, ma'am.
So,
So we're not pinned to the 25th. If we wanted to do it following July or possibly beforehand, it just depends on everybody's schedule.
okay, we'll see what the board decides.
Looking at my schedule here, I'm actually flying at 7 o'clock Eastern Time, and I will be arriving, it looks like I'll be arriving at 8 o'clock on that Tuesday morning, so I could probably, or 9 o'clock, I could probably still make it here. from
That
Vegas, so.
shouldn't interfere with the meeting, but as soon as I have some information on the
I'll
workshop.
clarify that, but as of now, it looks like I could still kind of kick in gear and make it here by 10, if not 10:15 or 10:20.
Sounds good.
And we can hold 10 or 15 minutes. to-
Absolutely.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. Goodhart. Okay, moving to,
Before we move on,
yes.
could you explain what the budget workshop, what the purpose of it is, what?
So what the workshop format allows is for the board to meet with the public and with staff, the finance staff, and to discuss in a little less formal time crunch situation than during a meeting, and allows you to ask questions of the finance department and allows you guys to interact in a little less formal way. The public will be available and they will be given opportunity to give comment, but it just gives a little more flexibility and more time for the board to work with the finance department and ask some more pinpoint questions.
Okay, we've already approved the budget for next year, so that's set, so,
Well, it's a very open, tentative budget, and I think if you look at it, and in the last meeting, you guys wanted to be a little more specific, so I thought the workshop would give an opportunity for the finance department to reveal a little more detail in that budget.
So the purpose would be to amend our approval to be more specific on how we plan to spend our budget?
The purpose was to accommodate the board to get into the finance of the budget a little bit closer, because the initial tentative budget that was presented was a little open-ended.
So I think what we did is we had a bunch of placeholders in our budget, like we're gonna put 100 grand here and 50 grand there and this. I think this workshop is to look at what we spent in the last couple of years previously for each of these items, what that got us, and where we might wanna go with that. So I think right now what we have is a lot of placeholders, and the idea is, what are we gonna do moving forward? Like, as far as these things are concerned. The placeholders stay the same. It's how much of that are we gonna spend that we see happening. It doesn't matter because they can carry over. It just, as a company would look at, what are we gonna spend our money on next year?
Okay, I have a specific question then. If I want to propose a specific expenditure for next year, would that be part of this process?
Yes, that's exactly what this would be for. It's for specificity.
Okay, so
And if you don't mind, we're really off subject.
Agreed.
Any other comments on item 7? I'll close item 7 and move to item 8.
Item number 8, discussion only. Discussion and deliberation of Nye County Resolution number 2022-19, which addresses the $136,000 levy imposed on Nye County by the Nevada Division of Water Resources and the offices of the Nevada State Engineer for management of Pahrump Basin, Water Basin number 162.
Would anybody like to, well, I'll open public comment. Please state your name, spell your last name.
John Bosta, B-O-S-T-A. When this item was brought forward, I brought forth the idea that the Water Act of 1939 exempted domestic wells from that law. And from all other documents that I've read, is that respect for the domestic wells, that exemption has always been accepted. Last night, late at time, I was double checking the items that the state engineer supported for the reasons of this tax. And what I found was in 1940, I believe 1949, is that the state engineer has the ability to make rules and regulations about the items, and just give me a moment. It was 1953. And in 1953, they changed the language such that the state engineer has authority over domestic wells and all wells. And basically, I believe that this violates the 1939 Act, which exempts domestic wells. And the only authority that the state engineer has is to inspect artesian wells. And they had a contractor that the county hired and set their salary in 1939 to inspect those wells. Now, the state engineer has taken this over, and I have always heard rumors that the tax money for the inspection of wells is what funded the offices in Las Vegas. And I believe this 1953 legislation shows you where that comes from, because basically the state engineer has taken over the inspection of all wells. And that eliminates the exemption of domestic wells. I don't mean to bring this as I got you attack or so on. I just found it last night. I expressed it to your ground manager that I would give him these two documents because one of them quotes the 1939 Act, which specifically says that it is an artesian well inspector, and they inspect artesian wells only. And now the state has manipulated it to where they say they can inspect any well. And so they have taken it away from a contractor and have made it an employee of the state engineer's office. And I believe that that is ludicrous that an employee of the state can make law for the state and then bring it to the legislature. And so I'll leave these documents such that you can research it and take a look at it. And I highly believe that every well that has a meter on it for water rights, that's not domestic wells, for water rights for commercial use, that person should be paying the tax and not every piece of property in the town.
Thank you. And if you would give those documents to the manager, I appreciate it. Any comments? Mr. Goodhart?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I didn't see that resolution, 2022-19. Was that included as part of our backup or not?
No, it's not part of our backup, I believe, but I find it interesting, if I may, throughout the letter that was written to the county on April 21st, all of these different acts and legislation, 1941, 1948, 1953, they're all listed. The one that isn't is 1939, which is very interesting that they left that one out. So what is the pleasure of the board?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
This matter came before the Nye County Commission, and it's a standard housekeeping matter, the funding of the Office of the Engineer. The Nye County Commission opted to not pay this bill. I put it on the agenda myself. I sponsored this item because I wanted it to come before the board so that the liaison would have the opportunity to explain the actions of the board and explain the nature of not funding this necessary office. The engineer, of course, is a stakeholder vital to my office and the conduction of what we do here. So I just wanted the board to understand the nature of this bill and give the liaison an opportunity to discuss it.
Commissioner Strickland?
Well, as you can see in the backup, the Division of Water Resources, this is a legislatively enacted. It's pursuant to NRS 534.040 and states that we will pay this bill. So I'm unsure where we're at with the county. I haven't heard of any litigation moving forward, but I would assume the state engineer's next move is to sue us for that money.
Indeed.
We have been paying this in excess of 15 years.
Indeed.
And because water is so, the awareness of the water issues are so prevalent now, I'm not sure that even the Board of County Commissioners realizes how important it is that these functions that are listed on here need to be paid for. But I do not disagree with Mr. Basta that some of these costs should be being borne by the water purveyors, by that the people that have the water rights that are being monitored. In other areas, they do. So, not based on 162, however. So it's controversial, but we can't change the legislation. We have to go by what the legislation says. So what the board did by refusing to pay the bill, I don't believe will hold up. And you need to be aware that there may be a battle coming because of this. And we may be, as a board, you may be, as a board, needing to take on the assignment of figuring out whether or not the purveyor shouldn't be paying for this instead of the individuals, is where and why we're sitting here discussing this now.
So who, for the past 15 years, did the county pay for this?
It's a line item on the tax bill. It gets transferred. The $2 and change, I think it's $2.60, is listed on the tax bill. It's paid per parcel.
So that's sitting with the treasurer's office?
It should be.
Yes. And it's listed excuse me, sorry, if I may, in this letter, and it brings something to the forefront that Mr. Bost raised at the commissioners' meeting at which I was present, was that it's listed as an assessment in this letter, but it's also listed as a tax on the tax bill. And then there's a query of whether it's an assessment or a tax. So there's a lot here that needs to be discussed. And when you look at what happens in other parts of the state by Department of Water Resources, then you realize that the water purveyors in other areas are definitely going to, we're going to be able to show that they are being billed rather than the individual property owner as it is in Nye County. So it's an issue that we're going to have to definitely dig our feet in with if we decide we want to do that. That's at the pleasure of the board.
And Chair, Manager, that's not the only thing that's being charged in here. It's not just water purveyors fees. For instance, your pumpage inventory, which is extremely important.
It's the management.
It's the entire management. It's the notice of intents to drill. Hence the disclosure I have to make at the beginning of this meeting as a well driller. I'm affecting a fee on myself, okay, because it's the right thing to do. Okay, so I own water rights. I'm affecting a fee on myself is what I think we need to do. And so it's not going, I represent people that have water rights, friends and family, and it's still the right thing to do. So this is what a decision that needs to, you need to consider this a really good project, that you get a bill draft resolution. I believe you get one, and that may be the one you need to consider. Thank you.
So can you tell us what your vote went down as and the reason that you decided not to pay this?
5-0.
It did. It went down 5-0 only because I don't think it was a matter for that board. I think it's a matter for you.
Has this amount that you said has been assessed and collected for 15 years, has it been relatively constant? Has it gone up over time? And to what degree has it gone up?
Oh, I don't know that.
And is there any limit to how much it can go up? I mean, right now it's 136,000, could go up to 1,136,000.
I believe the division takes their expenses and then divides it by the parcels, and that's how they come to their figure.
That's how I believe it is. And I'd like to go ahead and open the mic to the chair.
Recognize the Chair of the County Commissioners.
Recognize you. So.
Thank you. Frank Carboni, C-A-R-B-O-N-E. Yes, it was a 5-0 vote. And the reason for the 5-0 vote was because we believe that the purveyors need to be paying for the water issues. People that don't, the 40,000 plus lots that are out there that are no water being drilled from them or anything, are being paid for all this activity. Why? Nobody else within the county does that. This is the only place that is being done is Pahrump. What we're doing is we're challenging the state engineer, which we have actually sent letters to him through me, through the county manager, asking when he can come visit us and talk about the subject. And he has not approached it at all. So the key here is, what do they really want to go do? And what do you guys really want to do? Do we want to make it right? Or do we want to keep paying this bill that we shouldn't be paying? Why are we putting it on the back of the property owners? It should be on the people that own water rights.
By owning water rights, do you mean even someone who has a domestic well, right?
Right now, because of the laws that have been enacted, yes.
So anyone who has a well, you're saying, well owners, yeah.
Well owners with water rights.
Only with water rights.
And there's a difference.
And
some had the right to drill a well before others have purchased rights, but those get relinquished and they don't own the right anymore.
Correct.
Once it's assigned to a property. So a couple questions, Commissioner. What bill did we not pay for what year? For last year?
This year.
Okay, but we've already collected the tax on that, correct?
It's very possible.
Okay.
Yes.
And to change this, for us to figure out whether it's a bill draft request, whatever it is doesn't happen today, tomorrow. It happens 6 months from now, a year from now, in a long period of time. My take on this would be, we need the information that the state is going to give us. It's kind of tough to stop something like that at this point. I think we should look at this moving forward, from this point forward, about charging those that are gaining from a lot of these reports and doing that. But to do this with the state right now, well, we want to go work with them to get something changed so that we can be like other basins, doesn't make a whole lot, because we're not going to refund $2.30, what'd you say, 35 cents?
65 cents.
$2.65 to each of the parcel holders that have already paid it. We can try and say, look, we're going to stop that from happening because we don't find it to be just. So it would be my recommendation that we tell the Board of Commissioners to pay this bill, and we as a water board will move forward with analyzing this, working with the state, and trying to determine how to maybe do this in a more equitable manner.
Just so everybody understands, asking for a tax or possibly collecting from a tax doesn't always happen. So even though a property may not pay because maybe the property's been abandoned and it hasn't been transferred to the county yet to go pay these taxes, just we have to make up the difference regardless. So if in fact the property owners haven't paid their taxes, which that happens on a quite a bit basis, we still have to make up the difference. You people, okay? Everybody that sits out here. So it's not just those property owners, it's everybody getting hit more than one time. So the point is we had to draw a line. We've been playing this game for 15 years, and nobody wanted to stand up. It's the first Board of County Commissioners that said, it's time to stand up and say, we're not going to do this. So that's where we are. So now what we have to do is figure out what we're going to do from here, even though the state engineer doesn't even want to talk about it.
What would you like us to do?
Just one more thing. If you look at the backup in there, because the last year, not enough money was given to them to perform some of the tasks they said they were going to go do. So there was some data we didn't receive. Okay, so again, we and you folks have to either say you don't want to participate and support what we're trying to do to get this thing turned into the right direction. That's fine. We'll just do it on our own. But we're asking you to support us and help us get this thing resolved.
And I think that's an interesting key, and thank you for raising it. I believe that the Water District and the County Commissioners, as united, should take this issue. I think that the county needs to pay the bill for this year. But with that being said, we need to ask the Department of Water Resources to come before the commissioners with some of the members of the Water District being present, or we do it as a joint board, and get this thing discussed and worked out. We can work with Department of Water Resources for the monies to be changed in the way they're going after them, and they can work with us. And I wanted to see if we put our hand out to Department of Water Resources, along with the commissioners, saying that we want to work with you and clear this from the books and make it appropriate.
Could I ask the board, the chair of the Board of County Commissioners, one more question as a follow-up?
As long as I can answer it.
Well, there's also a couple large public utilities that convey and purvey a lot of water to a lot of residents. It seems like this tax is on actual parcel owners, so am I correct to assume that some of the people that own the most water and convey the most water don't actually participate in this particular tax or assessment?
You're hitting on some of the questions that we want to get answered.
Yeah.
And you're following down the line where we want to go.
Yeah,
We want to make sure it's so equitable to everybody.
My question to you, what would you see as being a support for when you say you'd like to have the support of this board for from me sitting here? What action can I do to support the direction you folks are going?
Well, I think it's more than just you personally, but other than that, you could write a letter as well to the state engineer stating that we want to look at this process that we're following. I think in a lot of cases, I think the state engineer needs to look at, are they really needing all this funds that they have, or was it just adding more personnel to their organization? I think we need to look at the whole process. This is where you step up and say, we need to look at the whole process. So individual letters or a letter from the board. I think the letter from the board is probably more
And of course, you
effective.
can't take that action today because it's
No.
discussion only.
No, I'm just saying the letter from the board is more efficient.
Could the commission give the general manager a list of items that you've found? Because again, this is something you've done your research on and found all these issues. They didn't give us some reports. They said that this is too much. We're not paying for that. So that
Well,
when
it
we
was all part of the backup from the last meeting.
So,
when we did
so
this.
that when we go to the state engineer and say, we would like to resolve this, but in order to resolve this, we're going to need these questions answered, and we're going to need this, and try and get them here to answer these questions so that, you know, if we have an avenue to move forward, that we can have some answers. Because if they're not going to answer any questions, they're not going to give us any information, that's a whole different story.
Okay.
I'd like to ask one additional question. I need to understand better. Okay, I understand the parcel tax. Every parcel gets their percentage of what the state engineer is asking for. So the other option, when you say purveyors, what exactly does that mean? Who exactly is going to pay that?
There's a purveyor sitting right there.
Would you like to define that?
A purveyor is anyone that holds water rights, including utility companies.
So if there's, in this Pahrump Basin, there's 80,000 acre feet plus or minus of water rights, everybody that holds those 80,000 acre feet would pay, they'd split up that bill among the 80,000 acre feet of water rights and assess it that way versus per parcel?
And there's other avenues they can take. I mean, the Division of Water Resources only charges $25 for a notice of intent to drill. Really? I mean, come on. Some of their fee schedules are so out of date with the reality of what it takes for for someone to complete the action, to do the work. You don't, for $25, I can't open the front door in the morning. Come on. So, thank you.
But is
That goes along again to what I was saying earlier. We need to look at all the things that they do, their processes and so on and so forth. We need to actually come to the table. And I got a feeling it's not going to be just us anymore. Once we start opening that gate, saying this is where we want to go, every county within this state is going to start saying, yeah, I think maybe it's time for us to relook at this.
Then I would advise that we, as both the county commissioners and the Water District Governing Board, write a joint letter to all the counties in the state of Nevada, informing them of the direction we would like to go.
I've already started this conversation with Pete Gocochea, so this senator to at least start asking, you know, where do they fit? How do they think they would look and help in helping in this process? So whatever we can do to at least jointly support and try to get some things resolved. Because I know, and listening to a person who does this as a living, says that certain things need to be looked at and evaluated. Anything else?
Yeah, I just have a question.
How many more one questions do we have?
I don't know. This will be a 4-part question. Can
I give it in 5 parts?
I think we're going to run into a tricky position using the word purveyor, because you're a purveyor until such time as you relinquish, and now you're no longer a purveyor because you sold that. And if we're continually taking purveyors off of the docket, then those purveyors left are going to pay a lot larger share of this as time goes on, until such time as they won't even be there. So I think this is more an issue of, there's more vacant lots in Basin 162 than there are actual people living on lots. But we're charging those vacant lots the same. I think it needs to be, if you have water, if you use water, whether it's through a utility or through having a well on your property, you're kind of a purveyor. Now, all the extra water that is sitting with these utilities that hasn't been, it's assigned to a property but hasn't been used on that property, I think they should pay the portion of that for those properties. But everyone else that is actually using water should be benefiting from this information we're getting from the state for the quality, for the pumpage, for everything that we have to do. Because if we don't figure out a more simplistic way of doing it, we're going to get ourselves down a rabbit hole, and it's just going to be a nightmare of accounting
So
and trying
this
to.
is my point, is to sit down as a group.
Well, that's what we're
with the
doing right
state
now.
engineer, working with the state engineer to work this stuff out. If we want to put this all into a letter, that's great, but we all have different opinions on how we want to go do it. So again, I think we need to work it as a team to figure out how to make that all go together. So we can actually sit with the state engineer and say, hey, these are the 15 things or the 10 things or the 5 things that we think we need to really massage and work out with you guys.
And would it be an option to create a joint commissioners and water board workshop, bringing Department of Water Resources in also?
Yeah, I don't know how to do that, but we can always ask.
There's not enough seats up here unless, no,
Well, we get to sit first, and then you guys got to figure it out.
on your lap.
There's plenty of places to sit, okay? So
Yeah, I'm not worried
It doesn't
about
matter where you sit, just as long as you get the answers we need, and get the resolution that we want from the state engineer, as well as ourselves.
I think that if we create a workshop under the premise of bringing Department of Water Resources, and we're not talking about lower level staff, we're talking about the Department of Water Resources.
Well, we're actually talking probably legislation change at the very least, so.
Could very well be, absolutely. But I'd like to see us maybe move forward with that. We've got to define where we all want to go with this before we go.
Correct.
And we've got to meet and discuss it. And I think the only workable way of doing that is creating a workshop.
So a letter of
Mr.
invitation to the Division of Water Resources. It's
Participate in the
you'll have to-
workshop.
You'll have to agendize that and go from
We'd
there.
have to figure out how to do it between both county commissioners.
Yeah, yeah.
Madam Chair, I can work with Nye County staff to see if we can start roughing in a schedule for a workshop. And I think one thing that we can all agree on here is that the bill needs to be paid. We're disagreeing about how we're going to pay the bill. Telling the state engineer that we are going to pay the bill, I think, is necessary, and that we need time to figure out how we will pay the bill. The intent, I think, is important in this situation.
Sure.
Absolutely.
That'd be my recommendation to get together.
Do we have
Any other questions before I?
Do we have any control? I mean, does the state engineer dictate that it has to be a parcel fee?
That was legislatively done,
That was,
NRS.
so it's in the legislation. Is that for every parcel in the state or just for Nye?
No, we had a special NRS just for
see,
us.
We're special.
I would say I was participating in some of those discussions when I was on the assembly, part of Natural Resources, call it NatRam. But on some basins that had the largest, most pressing issues, that's what this was geared towards.
Correct.
I think the reason why they went with a parcel was I happen, for full disclosure, to own a couple parcels that are not built on here in Pahrump Valley. But still, I will benefit from having, shall we say, a framework that the state helps keep in place, because if I have 2 parcels and it all goes to heck and I can't get water, what's those parcels worth? Right now, the parcels aren't worth a lot, but if I buy 2 acre-feet and retire them to the state, I can still drill a well and still say to a potential homeowner, I have a, buildable parcel here. But if everything goes to heck and there's no water available, what's 2 parcels of empty, bare, worthless desert with no water worth, nothing. So I see a point to be made that even a person who doesn't have a well yet benefits from having these type of administrative entities and organizations doing some planning and some administrative and oversight. Whether or not you actually even have a well, you will benefit from this.
That's a very strong possibility. Okay? But again, how to pay for it is the key.
Thank you. And I also think that we have to be very cautious on the fact that Nye County has been separated out from all of the other counties in the state of Nevada, and this is applied to us only. So that's something we need to think about.
Probably based on 162, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I'd like to make a recommendation that we have the general manager reach out to the Division of Water Resources, saying that we as the Water District Governing Board is looking for a way to pay this bill, but we need to find out more information on this bill, and we're requesting that somebody comes before our board and or the county commission so that we can discuss a way that we don't run into this in the future where the bill doesn't get paid or gets held up.
Understood.
And once we find that person, at the same time, we as the water board can be writing a letter that the general manager will then send to them on items ahead of time so they know before they come here some of the questions they're going to be asked so that they don't give us that, well, we'll have to look into that, and then the meeting turns out to be nothing.
Is the board comfortable with that?
Well, I'm going to back up a minute. If this is a state law that for our county that it has to be a parcel fee, why are we even talking about this? If it's a state law, we just have to pay the bill, and if we want to change the state law, we can certainly approach our legislators and say, would you sponsor a bill to change this? But as long as it exists today, I don't know why we don't really have any other course of action. If it's a state law, we need to pay it and move on.
So this is a bill that's paid by Nye County, not by the water board. And so the county commissioners voted to not pay this bill on a 5-1 vote. The money's in the treasurer's office. They voted not to pay it because they don't like the way that the bill is being handled. They don't like the way that they believe the purveyors aren't paying their fair share. So what we're trying to do is come in right now as the newly appointed water board and say to the state engineer's office, we would like to work with you and the county to come to some resolution on this. So they may say, you know what? It's a state law. You got to pay your bill. We don't care to answer a question for you. They may say that, or they may not. But we have the opportunity to reach out to them and try and get them to come here to explain some things where maybe we can have a win-win situation. Otherwise, they can tell us, yeah, tell your county commissioners to pay the bill. We don't care to talk to you. Why not try?
They'll ultimately sue us for the money.
I guess my feelings on this are, if it's a state law and basically if this board and the county commissioners don't like the way it's being assessed to the parcels, then that's an action to propose for the next legislative session to try and get the law changed. But just live with it as it is now, and
I don't know legislatively how granular it got on how those assessments would be assessed, because it's very possible that this is an enabling legislation which allowed the state to assess extra fees from a base that needed more supervision. But it was my understanding that that legislation never got into the particulars of how that assessment would be raised. So it's still something that can be discussed, like Mr. Locke has stated, and where we look as an intermediary to get this ironed out. But I don't think we're necessarily going against the state law by asking for some more clarification and some more input as to how this assessment should be levied. I don't think that enabling legislation went down into particulars of exactly how that money was to be levied, those fees.
Oh, and I think it's important also to again remember that Nye County, Basin 162, it's been selective legislation. Other counties aren't being treated this way, just Basin 162 in Nye County, and I think that's pretty selective.
Can we get a clarification on that, whether, how specific the legislation is that does the legislation require a parcel tax in Nye County?
It says assessment. I have the letter in front of me.
And is there
They've
any other county that has the same situation as us? Or is it done, and if it's done differently in a county of kind of our size, how is it done? Like, how does another county of 30,000 people do it versus what we do? Do you have another question, sir?
Oh, I'm trying to help you out here. Frank
Please.
Carboni for the record again.
Thank you.
Again, this is Basin 162 Select.
Yes.
Everything else is different. Just so everybody gets that message. It's very specific to this basin only. And this goes back, I don't want to get into the arguments, but this goes back to many arguments with Jason King and arguments today with water usage. So just make it clear.
I have a question of Chair, and I apologize, but I see Commissioner Jabor at the microphone, and I'm wondering if I can allow him to speak.
Of course you can. It's you at any time when you have let's say that John Klinke wants to add something.
No, this is three commissioners discussing this.
Oh, we are a good point on there.
Yeah, I think we'll move forward, and thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Boster. I'll allow it today.
Okay. We have a liaison from the county. They are not the attorney. They are not part of this board, and they should not be part of the discussion.
Put your microphone on.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Bosta.
I think it's very, very important that this board act without the commissioner interrupting, talking, and directing the meeting.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your comments.
So the pleasure of the board appears to be,
The commissioner left.
yes.
The chairman left. He's no longer here. If you'd like to listen to Tonopah, you can.
Okay.
No.
Commissioner Jabor, welcome to the agenda item.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. I would just like to add our meeting and share with you that when the Division of Water Resources was presenting, he was specifically asked, what is this bill, what is this invoice for? What does the Department of Water Resources actually do? And the answer was, we measure and do work for the purveyors, for the water right owners, not for the individual well owners or parcel owners that have nothing on their property. This is one of the factors that raised the eyebrows to say that this was not fair, that every parcel was being charged the $2.65 versus all of the work being done for the water right owners. This was one of the factors, again, to be clear, of why we raised the eyebrows and went in the direction that we went, to simply ask, and we were very clear and respectful to Division of Water Resources representative, to say that we would like you to come to the table so we can get clarification as to the why and how we move forward, and not that we weren't going to absolutely refuse to pay this bill, but we needed clarification and to bring to their attention that this was not done, even though legislatively, in a fair fashion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I believe that Chair's been given adequate direction, or that the board has given adequate direction to the manager. And so would the board be comfortable with closing the item and moving forward?
Just as a point of further clarification, I did open up NRS 534.040. In that legislation, it says that there should be a levy assessment. Mainly, it says provided on all taxable property. So it does seem to specify with some degree of specificity that it's on all taxable property. But it was also very narrowly defined to provide for a well supervisor and other necessary assistants who shall execute the duties. So we'd want to make sure that we'd like to find out who he has in this basin as he is specified as a well supervisor and what assistants he has. So if, according to this legislation, it's very specific on where that money goes to. It doesn't just go into some big pot. It has to go for an actual well supervisor and his or her assistant. So I think the state should be able to provide that to us.
To that statement, Mr. Goodhart, we do have a manager based in each basin, and it's my understanding that the figure that is divided by the parcels is the salary and hours of that basin manager.
Correct. I believe so. I think you've been given plenty of direction. I'm going to close item number 8 and move on to item number 9.
Item number 9 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to modify the currently accepted mission statement of the Nye County Water District Governing Board.
What's the, I'll open public comment on the specific item. Name, please, and spell your last name. Would you spell your last name, please? Thank you. It's in the backup material, sir.
The backup is in the notes, Mr. Basta. There is no other than the...
I'll do it. Thank you.
Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Basta. The current mission statement, as written, provide, protect, and preserve water resources within Nye County. The proposed mission statement that we're looking at today is to protect, provide, and preserve the water resources of Nye County. The main difference just being that we've moved protect and provide, moving protect as being our first mission statement.
Pleasure of the board. Public comment closed.
I vote to change as amended.
I second.
There's a motion and a second. Mr. Goodhart,
I second.
would you like to vote?
Go ahead. Yep, like to call for the vote.
Mr. Locke?
Aye.
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 And Williams is aye. Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you. Item number 10, for possible action, discussion and deliberation to direct staff to produce a request for proposal and then publish, advertise, or personally seek legal firms to represent the Nye County Water District. The manager will then promptly return to the board with the aggregated proposals as an action item for the board's final decision.
I'll open public comment. Is there any public comment? Turn your mic on, please, sir.
Thank you. John Basta, BOSTA. I think that you possibly have an existing attorney under contract. And if you have an existing attorney under contract, that should be mentioned. And then if you're going to go forward, are you going to go forward for different attorneys than you've already contracted for? Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to speak? From the public, I'll close public comment, bring it back to the board. The pleasure of the board.
So, General Manager, I have a question. Were you able to look, there is an attorney that was a retainer of some sort for the past year, 2 years, 3 years. Were you able to look at how much of the budgeted money was given to the attorneys and what receivables they gave us back, or the board back?
So, Mr. Locke, yes, we are still getting through. There wasn't much of a handoff, so I'm still getting through the previous paperwork. The previous legal firm did leave a large deposit of deliverables. I'm not able to talk to exactly what those deliverables are. I know that the previous firm's contract has expired during the time when the board wasn't active. So we don't currently have legal representation. They're not retained. As far as the work that they did, I can't get into too much specificity. I do know who did the work and during the terms of the work that was done, most of it being geared towards watching the legislative action. But I don't have any clear answers as to what they did during the last period. So if your question is, how much money do they spend for X? I don't have those questions. I can tell you that X number was spent.
Was it $50,000 that was spent? And was that
Nearly.
for lobbying
In the-
purposes for the most part?
I'd hate to be very specific in the meeting. I'd rather be work with the finance department or work with you away from the meeting because it is still a lot of information and I wouldn't want to get too specific. My instinct is at this time, yes, most of the legal funds were spent.
As a follow-up to that, sometimes I don't know how these contracts were structured, but sometimes you might give a person, I'll just throw a hypothetical, $50,000, and then it's kind of like as a retainer, and sometimes all that $50,000 gets spent, but sometimes the $50,000 doesn't get spent. Is there been any indication to you that maybe there was some funds that were provided to certain legal representation folks that was kind of done in that way?
Yes, sir. They all seem to be in that manner.
So do we have an opportunity maybe to ask if some of the funds weren't expended in terms of actions on their end that we can get a refund maybe?
Yes, I think those questions would be good questions for our workshop with the finance department, and they would be able to answer those questions better than myself.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Well, I mean, I think that what we need to, whether it was that firm or another firm, we just need to make sure that whatever firm we reach out to or we decide on has the ability to not only understand water right law very well, but understand, that has somebody that can do contract law, that has somebody that can do litigation, that has somebody that can do all these in the event that we need it. Those firms exist. So I think that's kind of what we're looking for.
Okay, so we'll direct staff to move forward.
And just so the board is aware, any direction or legal firms that you would like to be considered or to be put into the process, please forward those to me in a written form, and they will be included in my aggregation.
Thank you. And I'll close item 10, move forward to item 11.
For possible action, discussion, deliberation to direct staff to draft a letter of invitation to each of the various municipal utilities located within the Nye County Water District to attend regularly scheduled meetings of the Nye County Water District Governing Board on a rotating schedule. Staff should confirm with the item sponsor and the board chair before issuing any invitation and confirm the proposed schedule of the responding utilities.
I'll open public comment. Is there any public comment? And there is backup material for the board. Seeing no public comment, I'll close public comment and bring it back to the board. What's the pleasure of the board?
This was one of my ideas, so I'll start it off. I just would like to understand a lot more about the water providers, their plans in the future. They have a lot of water rights that are basically sitting there doing nothing. What's going to happen with those? How many parcels are likely to be developed in their area? Just provide us some more information so that we can better understand where we stand in terms of water rights versus water usage over the next few years?
So the utility companies, and this is something that we're going to get into very deeply, because water banking with the utility, that's where you don't have to show proof of beneficial use. So this is how everybody got out of, in 2015, 16, when the state was really coming down heavy on this basin, and starting, the state was supposed to make everybody prove beneficial use. I believe it was every 5 years for water rights holders. Well, the state was not doing their job. And then when everything started looking like it was going south and way over appropriating, the state actually started coming down on people. So there was a time period, I want to say it was 16, 17, that people were just pumping water, especially on the south side, to use their water rights, to spin the meter. And they were just flooding land. And the sad thing is, somebody could say, well, that's just wasting water. Well, they could go before a judge who's not a farmer and say, look, if I flood my land in October of every year, I get a banner crop the next year. Well, who's going to argue with them? So there was no proof of beneficial use. The word beneficial isn't defined. So what they found was, if you bank water with a utility, now it's safe, because utilities don't have to prove beneficial use. So what happened is, a lot of water got banked with utilities, not so much Great Basin, but other utilities. And it was supposed to be done, and I'm not sure, the general manager is going to look into this. When I was on the board previously, we did a 3-to-1 transfer. So if you wanted to use an acre foot, you had to give 3. If you were taking it from agricultural for any other use. And the purpose of that was, we had 15,000 something agricultural rights, and we needed to lower that number. That was the scariest number to our water basin, because those agricultural rights have the right to be used at 100%. It doesn't pencil to do agriculture out here right now. Well, to a certain level, that's why none of them are really being used for that. Maybe, Ed, you might be able to answer better, but 1,500 of them, 1,200 of them are actually being used for the agriculture side here in Pahrump.
This year, you'll be a few thousand with a $400 hay. So you're going to see that agricultural number jump up this year.
But the loophole was banking it with the utilities. So they did a lot of that. But when you say that the utilities are sitting on unused water, most of the utilities have that water appropriated to the parcels that you see no houses on, because you're not allowed to do a subdivision map without proving that there's a way for water for those parcels. So you can't, if you were to grab that water away from a utility, you're essentially telling all the people that are paying taxes for their property for the past 30 years, you no longer have a property. You don't have the right to water. You can't put it on anymore. You're in a tariff area of a utility, and we took all their water away. The question for the utility, and this is what I think we need to do before these utilities come, is have a question sheet that we're going to ask them, that we're going to want them to answer, so that we, again, the more you ask a person before they come, the less they can say, well, I don't have that answer. Because we'll get a lot of that, I don't have that answer, unless we ask these questions before people come, whether it's a state engineer, whether it's, we want them to be as knowledgeable as possible. So my question would be for the utility is, how many people do you serve? How many people do you have the potential to serve? And how many water rights do you hold for those potential to serve? And is that enough to serve all those people? Is it more than enough to serve all those people? Now, I can tell you Great Basin will say, well, we have enough to serve the people at a 0.21 level, acre foot per parcel or whatever it is, but we need to keep 2,000 acre feet for commercial activity, because the commercial activity doesn't necessarily use 0.21 that's appropriate. It might use 1 whole acre foot, or it might use 1.2. We want to find those answers. And but we need to put together a checklist. I really believe we have to have a good, from everybody on the board reaching out to the general manager and saying, here's a question I'd like the utilities to answer for us. Here's a question I'd like them to answer. Because the water banking from 2000, I mean, the answer I want to know is, was the water banked to these utilities from 2017 when we passed that ordinance? Was it banked to them at 3-1, or was it banked to them straight off? And now we need to, as a water board, make sure that when that goes to use through that utility, that it's at a 3-1 use. So if a developer comes before us and says, well, we're doing desert landscaping, we're doing all this, and we're going to use 0.3 of an acre foot, then we say to them, okay, but you have to retire 0.9 to get that 0.3, because you took that on a one-to-one basis, and that's not how the agricultural, I worked with Jason King for a long time on the issue in Pahrump, and the biggest elephant in the room was 15,000 acre feet of agriculture, that if we could get it down to 5,000 acre feet of actual usage, that was a 10,000 acre feet of actual savings that you could do. And that's why that ordinance was passed. But we need to make sure, because nobody's grandfathered in. Nobody can say, I have a development plan in 2004. Well, they can say it, that we were grandfathered in to use point whatever acre. No, the state has changed all the rules when they came in with 1293, when they put our basin into a more management critical area. We have to look at the water on how we're going to provide, protect, and do these things for the water. So it's not a static thing. Any developer knows that the scariest thing about development is time, because you don't know what's going to happen during that time, and that's the risk you take. And so that was a super long-winded question or answer to what you're saying, but we need, I think it's a great idea to bring these utilities here. We have to have a list of questions that we want them to answer.
I totally agree with you, and for myself, I've prepared a list of questions for them. But you're right, everybody on the board should prepare their own list and pass them out to the other board members to make sure that, some of the questions aren't ridiculous, and have those lists of questions when we invite the water utilities. We can give them a combined list so that they can come prepared to answer the important questions.
Yeah, and we should put that list to the general manager so he can send stuff out to us, but we amongst ourselves can't be sending each one of these to ourselves.
Right.
So just continually go through the general manager.
Right. Go through the general manager, but each one of us provides a list of questions, and then the general manager can combine them where they're the same kind of things, and then at a meeting, put that as the background material, all the questions, so that we all see them. And if you happen to know something that the rest of us don't know, that why a question is ridiculous, we can drop that question.
So if the board would like, I think that we should recommend to the general manager to aggregate a list, from us.
I need a motion.
Okay. I would like to motion that we each board member sends questions we'd like to have answered from the utilities in town to the general manager, who will then put together a list that we can each go read, and so we don't have redundant questions, and come up with a list that hopefully between now and the next meeting is a good enough list that I'd like you to try and I'd like the general manager to reach out to a utility and see if we can get one to show up at our July meeting.
I'll second the motion.
Does that fall under possible action on item 11? Is that what we're doing?
Yes, sir.
There's a motion and a second. Mr. Locke?
Aye.
Mr. Holden?
Aye.
And Mr. Goodhart?
Aye.
And Williams, aye.
Thank you.
4-0.
You may find that it's easier to get the smaller utilities to be able to do something quicker. Maybe Desert Utilities seems to respond very quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Locke. I'll start there.
And I think one of the questions also that needs to be raised with some of these utilities is, are they trucking water from their well to solar projects in other counties, such as Clark County?
Understood.
Thank you. Move forward to item 12.
Item number 12 for discussion only. Discussion on the most recent rate increase by Great Basin Water Company.
I asked that this be put on the agenda, and the reason I asked that, Great Basin has proposed with the state PUC a rather substantial rate increase. And right now, I'm just going to use my particular house as an example. Right now, my average is, or the last month was 3,910 gallons per month, and I had a basic water rate, a water use fee, and a basic sewer. And right now, the sewer fee is totally fixed. The water rate between the basic fee and the water use, the variable part, the water use is 18.4% of the water use, and it's 6.7% of the total cost. And their new proposed change would make, they are going in the right direction, in my opinion, of making the variable portion higher. It would go from 18.4 to 25.8% of the bill, but it would be of the water bill, but 8.6% of the total bill. And in my opinion, this is totally counterproductive to our desire to reduce water consumption, that the bill should be dramatically higher as a percentage of the bill that's based on water use, and that sewer use fee should be also dependent on water use. And I understand, because I have worked in sewer and water issues as an engineer for the federal government. I understand that most of the costs are fixed. However, it's given that we're oversubscribed, it's not appropriate to basically have a fixed water bill that people that use dramatically more water do not pay a lot more. So what I am proposing is that our manager prepare a letter to submit to the PUC in response to their rate increase proposal to restructure their rates so that X percentage, and we can decide what X is based on actual water use, and that it's dramatically higher than what they're proposing.
So you're proposing that the rate for high users be increased, essentially?
Exactly.
Understood.
Is this coming under item 12? It says discussion only?
Yes.
Yes.
So the action would be for our manager to prepare a letter for the PUC to request, basically commenting on the rate increase, that we would submit a letter to request that the rate structure be structured so that there's more variable percentage. So that would be the action item, and then at the next meeting, when the letter was prepared, we would review it, and if we liked it, then we would have a vote to submit the letter as a comment to the PUC.
Do you know how many tiers they have? I don't get one of their bills.
I gave Dan there's a whole bunch of different tiers.
Because I think isn't that the purpose of their tiers? Doesn't it go up every time you go over another 5,000, another 4,000?
Yes, but it's still a relatively low percentage, and the sewer fee is about twice the water fee, and the sewer fee is totally fixed. It doesn't matter how much water you use, you pay the same sewer fee.
And they're probably assuming on that because a normal household with 2 toilets and a washer and dryer and a sink, regardless of what they have, desert scaping or sod, a guy could use a lot more water, but that doesn't necessarily translate into more water going into their sewer system. And that's why they have that more set up as a fixed cost, because they look at each house as having roughly the same amount of sewer needs, regardless of whether or not they have a pool or outdoor, sod or desert scaping.
So you're not suggesting that you increase their quote-unquote water bill as it is today. You're suggesting that they move the way somebody reads their water bill so that if they're a large user, they would look at it and want to reduce based on how much they're paying once they get above a certain amount.
I think.
Yes, I would propose that the new rate structure be more highly based on use of water versus a basic fee. I mean, as I said, right now, with the existing bill, my variable water bill is 18.4% of the total. So basically, I have very little incentive to save water.
Because you're already at the very bottom of the threshold that most people use. You're about 100 gallons or so a day, which is on the low end. And but as a person used more water, you'd see that their variable part of that bill would rapidly escalate.
So it's giving the ratepayer a visual of the amount of water they're using, trying to force a little water
But
conservation.
what I think our board member is suggesting, though, is that we weigh in on the PUC and suggest that they weight it more on the variable side and less on the fixed side. In other words, that we would weigh in on the nature of how to implement that rate schedule, where heavy water users would pay a higher burden of the overall rate increase, as opposed to a person who's just using what we would call on the very low end of the scale. I think that's what our fellow board member is suggesting.
Yes, that's true.
And I think that might be a great discussion for when they come before us.
No, this is the PUC. This rate, they have proposed this to the PUC, and the PUC this year is going to make a decision on whether they're going to approve their new rate structure.
They're very nearly complete with the evaluation now.
I'm not sure have they ever denied their rate increases?
I couldn't speak to that.
Well, their rate increase is about 20%, so I doubt the PUC is going to propose or to accept a 20% rate increase. So I'm sure they'll cut it back some, but yeah, I don't think they're ever accepted as is. I think they always have some modifications for what the company
Haven't paid these bills for 20 years. I can tell you, very rarely do they cut them back. It's pretty much a carte blanche, because then what happens is the utility then puts the onus on the PUC, saying, I can't provide whatever it is, water or power or whatever, to my customers because you didn't give me methodology by which to do that. So usually by the time these things get publicized and it's very close to what they ask for is what they get. I wish I could tell you it's opposite of that, but it's not. And the PUC usually errs on the side of giving these utilities, for-profits, plenty of money, so that way no one can come up to them and say, oh, you're the cause of us not getting power or water or sewer. But I think what you're proposing is that we weigh in on how that rate increase would be levied on the individual users, and that's a discussion we could have at some point in time when we have an action item. As far right now, it's just discussion only. But I think at a later point we could, direct ourselves, if we have the properly noticed item on the agenda. Right now, it just says discussion. It doesn't even say giving orders to our manager to prepare a letter. It just says discussion.
This is time critical because they are in the rate process. So the PUC is going to make a decision this year on whether or not to approve this rate. And I spoke to Dan about when I put this on, and he said you know, what I asked him, he thought this was appropriate the way I wanted to go, where it would just be discussion and have, if the board so pleases, have him write a letter, and then there'd be on the agenda for the next meeting. So at the next meeting, if the board approved the letter, then there would be a vote to approve the letter and send it to the PUC.
That's proper procedure.
Is that, we can still direct our manager to do something that does not
Provide a
fall?
draft. Just provide a draft.
Provide a draft that doesn't,
future agenda.
and that does not take us out of the discussion only into across a threshold into an action item. Is that correct? You're saying?
You're good, Mr. Goodhart. I believe you're good to go.
I just want to make sure we've got a lot of watchful eyes and ears out there, so I want to make sure we don't we don't circumvent any of the due process.
Mr. Holden, I believe we can compose the letter and get it back before the board by the next meeting for their approval.
Okay, but then the question to the board is, I think then the information I gave Dan, I think they said in total, and you have the information in front of you, I know there's a lot of pages, but I think there's like, they said 22% of all their revenue is going to be variable for the water. So I think we have to come up with a number to say we want 50% of all their revenue, or whatever the board pleases, some percentage that we want to be variable.
Is that within the guidelines of what we do, or are we stepping outside our bounds and more into the bounds of the PUC?
Well, we're trying to save water that in a basin that's way over appropriated. So one of the ways to save water is for people that are on utilities, if the average customer, you know, cuts their water by, you know, a few hundredths of a acre foot every year, you know, over a large customer base, it can make a difference in the total water use in the Pahrump Basin.
Madam Chair, to answer your question, any direction would be suggestive from the board.
So I don't like the idea of increasing people's bills. I do like the idea of possibly tiering it more, so that people see that if you actually use, like, if you use less, you gain something, but if you still use 6,000 gallons a month, you're not losing. So it's kind of giving the winner for somebody who uses less, but if they're using a standard 250 gallons a day for a household with 2 kids, then I don't want to penalize them.
I think this is a discussion that we should be having with the utility when the utility comes before us, and we make our recommendations to the utility. I don't think that anything we say or do under the guise of the PUC is going to get any action at all from them. I think we're pretty much wasting our time. But I do think that this board can be very persuasive to our previous item in bringing the utilities towards us, and we raise these issues with them. I think that's the easiest way and the correct way for us to do it, just an opinion.
Well, again, I don't think a tiered system is a bad system.
They do have a tiered system.
It just, maybe they need a couple more tiers. I don't look at the bill. I'd have to see it.
We're telling a private company what to do.
No, we're telling the PUC that before they look at these rate changes in our basin, what we would like you to do is consider the idea of having them tier it more in an effort to
encourage conservation.
That's all. That's really all we're doing.
Yeah, we're not asking them to change the revenue that goes to the company.
Or the amount that the user pays.
Oh, yeah, no, this would definitely have
user
changed
would-
the amount that the user would pay.
The average, in theory, the average user would pay, whatever the average user is, they would pay the same. The people that use less than the average would pay less, and the people that use more than the average would pay more. So it would switch the revenue from the company from low users to high users. But the average user would stay the same. But if you have a steeper water use fee.
Those who used less would pay less, and those who used more would pay more. You'd have a greater amount of the bill would be what would be called a variable rate structure. Less would be based upon a per household connection fee, and more would be based just on the amount of water that was used by each individual connection, which I've seen before in certain other jurisdictions. And then what's happened is people responded to that, and lo and behold, a lot of water was saved. And then all of a sudden, the utility came back to the PUC for another big rate increase because all of a sudden their variable revenues went down, water usage went down, and now the people, they had to go now raise their rates even further, and that drove the rate down even more, and then they had to go back to putting a certain amount back on per connection hookup for the cost of the infrastructure, because there is something to be said, regardless of whether you use 1,000 gallons a month or 5,000, the water mains have to be serviced up and down the road, the fire hydrants, the pumping equipment, and all the rest. There is a fixed cost to be borne just to be hooked up to that system, and that's something that the PUC and their economists and the utility holders and owners, they have encyclopedias of knowledge about this stuff. So I applaud the intent of this, but I think we're getting into an area where I don't mind a suggestive letter, but these guys have all the different studies on what has worked and where they didn't get themselves into an unforeseen circumstance that was actually born out of good intentions, something bad happened.
Well, you're right, the PUC and the water companies have that information, so they know that if they raise the rates on high users by X amount, they know that the water use is going to go down. So yes, that would have to be factored into the rate structure, that the water use would go down. So yeah, they're smart enough that they know that that's going to happen.
I have no problem with the letter being written to the PUC, and I think we can direct staff to do that. But I also think that this should come under the same discussion of when we bring the water companies in to us to have conversations. This should be on the list, because one of the most important things is water conservation.
Yeah, and I think that's just what we tell the PUC. We just say that, look, we would like them to take into consideration water conservation at any time that they look at new tariff rates and look at.
Mr. Holden, I'd be happy to work with you to compose the letter, and we can bring it back before the board and see if they have an appetite to move it forward.
Okay, is there any feeling of the board about, Dan has the number, I think it's like 22% variable of the total revenue in the new proposed rate. Do you have a feeling on if we want to say a number, 50%, 40%,
I wouldn't want to get into how.
I would think you would not address that until you did the letter. You don't have enough backup for your board to make a decision.
I think right now we're just shooting in the dark.
So the letter would be just that we feel that it's inadequate, the rate structure inadequately promotes conservation.
I would feel comfortable about crafting language that says that to the degree possible, that the rate structure not only provides opportunity for everyone to hook up, but also encourages conservation.
Thank you.
And I think that gives them the leeway and latitude and realizes where we're coming from.
Staff is clear.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll close item 12 and move to item 13.
Item number 13, for possible action, discussion and deliberation to review letters of interest received for the general manager position and choose a manager from the following list of interested individuals: Jimmy Anderson, Brett Fish, and Daniel Weeks.
So those are the same three people that applied before?
Yes, sir. Mr. Fish has the only change since your previous meeting. Mr. Fish has sent an email. It's included in your backup, reiterating his interest in the position.
Pleasure of the board.
I make a motion that we, well, should we open up for public discussion, or should we first have to make a motion?
I'd like to just open public comment if I may. Please give your name and spell your last name.
John Bosta, B-O-S-T-A. I assume that you're going to hire the manager, correct?
I don't know. We have to wait.
If that is the intent of this action, I highly recommend that you appoint Mr. Weeks to that position. I think he's done a great job. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on item number 13? Hearing none, I'll close public comment and bring it back to the pleasure of the board.
This action item would be hiring the board member for a length of period from 1 year of this date. Is that what the conversation was for last time?
Manager.
I think that what we,
Manager?
so if, well, you want to go ahead? I think when we voted last meeting, we voted to hire an interim manager, while at the same time continuing to accept applications. And so I think this item is just for us to see, we have the same applications. We don't have anybody new to look at right now. So, I'd like to make a motion that we continue forward on our interim manager at this time, while keeping this discussion deliberation on the next meeting also to see if there's anybody new, at which point we will have had 60 days of our manager and we will have a better understanding of how we want to move forward.
I have a question. Isn't the advertisement, it's closed now?
Yes, we've closed the advertising period, and we're not actually seeking new applications at this time.
So there isn't going to be anybody new. So, and I think
There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Okay.
Okay.
The motion was?
The motion died for lack of a second, but that's fine. We're still in discussion.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we hire our interim manager for next fiscal year, for the fiscal year.
And the fiscal year is July 1?
July 1st
Yeah.
to June 30th.
Okay. Can you clarify in the motion that can you clarify that we hire our current general manager for that fiscal year, understanding that that he's been an interim manager since the last point? In other words, we're going to do a contract for the fiscal year, but we're also going to pay from X.
Yes, he has continued to be an interim manager for the remainder of this fiscal year.
Just start the motion fresh.
Okay. I'll make a motion that we continue Mr. Meeks as an interim manager through the completion of this fiscal year, and that we hire him for next fiscal year.
Is there a second?
For purposes of discussion, I'll make a second. Are you comfortable with that language, Mr. Locke?
I just want to say under the same terms and conditions that we agreed upon previously, just so it's out there, is what I would like to have.
I'll agree to that amendment to the motion.
There's a motion and a second. I'll poll the board.
One sec, can you second that amendment, please?
I second the amendment.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Goodhart,
Aye.
Mr. Holden,
Aye.
Mr. Locke,
Aye.
and Williams is aye. 4-0.
Welcome aboard, General Manager.
Thank you, everybody.
Welcome aboard, sir.
We don't know if congratulations or condolences are
I'm not really sure yet either.
I don't think anybody is. We'll move to item 14.
Item number 14, discussion, for possible action, discussion, deliberation to direct staff to submit official written request to the Nevada Division of Water Resources and make an appearance before the Nye County Water District Governing Board to explain the division's recent order number 1330 concerning Amargosa Valley and Nevada Water Basin number 230.
Thank you. I'll open public comment. Is there anyone that would like to speak? Step up, please, and give your name and spell your last name.
Annette Fuentes, Fuentes. I'm not sure if any of you were at the meeting May 25th in Amargosa. The state engineer has asked for a deadline of July 5th for written comment, public comment on this. I have a letter here that is written, and several of the residents of Amargosa are signing on to this letter. And also in this letter of comment, I have also a graph attached to it showing the water level going up at the Devil's Hole. Anyway, I've come before you guys to see, we have asked, several people have asked to see if you guys would support this letter that we're submitting to the state engineer. However, it does have to be in by July 5th. And I have copies of this, and I would like to give this to you guys.
And if I may weigh in real quick, there was two different items here, and one item is number 14. It was the possible action to invite the Department of Water Resources to make an appearance before our governing board, explain the specifics behind their Order 1330, which is right now completely without any type of outline of the facts, which is what they like to do. So it gives them maximum leverage to do whatever they want to do without any accountability to what they say they're going to do. I think this letter you have there was written by people in the valley, and you're looking for our support of this letter, but I don't know if that falls underneath a possible action item because it's separate, I think, from this item number 14. So I don't know if we can go ahead and give you our support, being that it has to be in by July the 5th,
Yes.
and our next meeting won't be till July 21st. The only way would be to somehow schedule an emergency meeting, review it, and then coming up with that as being an item for action to give a letter of support to your petition.
Okay. Also, I did want to bring to your attention, during this meeting, the state engineer mentioned that this Order 1330 does have the potential to affect surrounding basins. So this is something that everybody should be aware of. So, and I thank you all for this.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may?
Yes.
Mr. Goodhart, it may be possible for the board members to individually give support to the letter if they chose to as individuals, and those individual comments could be submitted along with the letter, and we could make the deadline without forcing an emergency meeting and an action by the entire body. So if the board members individually chose to, you could address this letter, support it, and it could be submitted within the deadline.
It just wouldn't be an action of the body as a whole, correct? It would be us exercising our own due rights and privileges as a private citizen, correct?
Yes, sir.
We're under public comment. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any further public comment? Please give your last name and spell it.
John Bosta, I would like to recommend that you request the state engineer to extend the deadline such that you can discuss this because the model that they use not only includes Amargosa Valley, it also includes you. And they have a 40-mile radius from, he's proposing a 40-mile radius from Death Valley, and possibly that could include some of the areas here in your water basin that he would be able to restrict. And I would highly recommend asking him to extend the deadline from July 5th to August something, such that it would give you time to hear this before your water board, and then you can decide if you want to support the letter that has been recommended.
Thank you. Thank you. Any further public comment? Please give your last name spelled.
Yes, Victor Fuentes, Fuentes. And, a little bit more practical in this situation. The state engineer come and he wanted to place that order in relation with Devil Hole. But what I see with my own eyes and physically, okay, is that the Department of Fish and Wildlife keep diverting the water away from Devil Hole and sending the water to California. Just recently, they divert 2 new springs, King Spring and Tahoe Spring. They diverted away from Devil Hole. So if they are protecting Devil Hole, why they keep diverting water away from Devil Hole and sending it straight to California without even a permit for the state engineer, without even a application from the state engineer? So I don't understand it. They keep doing it and doing it, and nobody's paying attention to this. They hold 34 water rights in Ash Meadows. And all of those water rights are going to California. No one is being used in Ash Meadows. Matter of fact, right now they are draining Crystal Reservoir and sending the water straight to California. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? I'll close public comment and bring it back to the board.
If I may, Madam Chair, since I do have some experience living in Basin 230, this order seeks to replace the order 1197 and 1197A. What makes this order should make this order a cause of concern for every person in this room, even from Basin 162, is they are going to now take away the 10-mile range from Devil's Hole and extend it to 40 miles, and they're going to utilize a Death Valley regional groundwater flow model, which now creates a super basin, which will be made up of 6 different hydrographic basins, all contributing to what they call the Death Valley regional groundwater flow model and Devil's Hole. So what happens, like for example, in Amargosa Valley, if I've got a water right, I want to move it 1 mile to the south and 1 mile to the east. That's technically closer to Devil's Hole. That gets sent before the state. It could be months or years before they decide what they're going to do, and it might be something as little as 15 acre feet, and they might say, well, Mr. Goodhart, we'll give you 8 acre feet. Well, wait a minute, I'm 18 miles from Devil's Hole. I want to move it 1 mile closer to 17 miles, and I have to give you more than half my water. So there is it's kind of put a complete halt on all sorts of economic development, a curtailment, cast a pall of uncertainty over that entire basin. This 1330 order will do the same thing to almost 1/2 of the Pahrump Basin. Can you imagine now a scenario where you have water rights? I don't care if they're fan water rights or floor water rights, but because you want to move water rights a mile to the north and to the west, closer to Devil's Hole, it's going to have to go through a review process. You're going to have an unelected bureaucrat try to evaluate it. They said utilizing a Death Valley groundwater flow model, which is a 3-volume set this big, and they're going to use their own interpretation of a continually evolving model to weigh in on whether or not that can even happen. So this is of extreme importance, not only to Basin 230, but also to Basin 162. So if there is a way for our manager to request respectfully that the state hold open that public comment period, I think listening to Don Basta, that would be of paramount importance. And then we could review this letter that was presented by Mrs. Fuentes that I believe are in the process of getting signatures right now. and we could look through that letter and see whether or not we wanted to, as a board, support the language in that letter. But it's going to require more time, so I don't know if we can direct him to make a request. Is that going to be outside our scope of being able to do that, to have our manager make a request just to extend that comment period? And for the sake of public participation, we're looking at not abbreviating the process, we're looking at expanding the process of soliciting public participation.
I think you can make that directions. It's within the scope of the item, so.
And I'd like to include the fact that the previous board was closed, so there was a time frame of almost a year where nothing was handled by the water district. The key, I think, also is that at the next meeting, I would like to see on the agenda, because the previous board hired a consultant to give a study of the USGS study of Devil's Hole, which I still didn't get and I still don't, but the documentation is there. And it appears from the last presentation, and I believe the consultant did not finish the contract, so maybe he can come before us. I believe he was explaining to us, Commissioner Strickland can confirm with me, that the level of water in Devil's Hole actually had risen.
That is correct.
We do have that chart right here, which was provided by the National Park Service. And if you go back to 1980 and 85 and 90, it's been basically trending slightly up with a slight deviation here in the last year or two. But even so, we're above, the level is higher in Devil's Hole than it was in 1980. So for a period of 40 years, there has been an increase since 1980 of groundwater pumping in the Amargosa Farms area, but the Devil's Hole level has actually increased over that intervening 42 years. So that's what this letter kind of gets into, questioning the need of this order and requesting that it go back and solicit additional input and give us more of a description of how this is going to affect water right holders. Because to some degree, when you tell someone who has a water right that all of a sudden they can't move it, or if you want to move it, we're going to take a third of it or 2/3 of it or whatever, there's not a clear process by which they have to show you transparency on how much they decide to give you a haircut. It becomes a diminishment or a taking of that personal property right. So I think there's a whole bunch of different issues discussed here, but I would be very excited to have our opportunity to request the state to at least hold open that time period a little bit longer, maybe another 30 days for public comment.
Mr. Goodhart, I will make it a priority this afternoon. I will reach out to Nevada Division Water Resources and see if that window can be extended. And if I don't have an answer for you today, you will have it tomorrow morning.
Well, I think there's an interesting point that needs to be made also, is that the people that living in the 10-mile radius of Devil's Hole was notified of this meeting. People 40 miles from Devil's Hole was not notified, and is that a violation of the people's rights to be notified of the effect of this order, 1330?
And that could help me with my request for an expansion of the window. That could very well help.
Which is what I was going to ask Commissioner Strickland. Can the Board of Commissioners reach out and say, hey, this affects the basin over here, yet you didn't notify anybody in Basin 162 that you're affecting them, and we would like you to have to come have a public meeting here also.
I find it quite interesting that a basin should be able to affect another basin, quite honestly. I thought that was basic water right rule.
Well, I think, the
isn't it
precedent they tried to set is when Las Vegas started going north and north and north to go through basin and basin, where we all know the water was never making it to Las Vegas.
And it lost.
Yes.
Because of water law. So I'm not sure that this is
But I think if the commission, I think if the water board and the commission if there was a, joint effort that letters came from both parties to say, wait a second, there was no notification. You had a 10-mile radius order previously, you extended it to 40 in front of people that you notified in the 10-mile.
Not the 40, exactly. And you violated those people's rights, and I think that needs to be very point-specific in the letter that we write to them. It's a pure violation of Basin 162 residents and those within the 40-mile radius.
Can we get a motion?
Well, I don't know. I think this is just possible action. So, yeah, I guess we can. The action was actually to submit official written request that they explain the division's order concerning 1330 and the ramifications. So I think we can do that as an action, but that could be adjunct to you requesting for an expansion in the public comment period. So I think we would. I think this will all come under when we request, the Nevada Department of Water Resources to appear before this board, and I can submit to you a list of questions, and then they can answer those questions. I think it's a good idea what Mr. Locke said. Sometimes to give you the questions to prepare the state, so it kind of puts some more burden on them to become prepared to the meeting instead of saying, I don't know, I wasn't prepared, I don't have that information, I have to get back to you, right? So I think we can do a possible action here, requesting that the Department of Water Resources makes an appearance before this board to explain the order. We'll provide you in that interim period a list of questions, but as an adjunct to that, you can also make your other requests private channels that they extend the comment period. That's the motion, is that we do have that request that they make appearance before the board here to explain their recent order 1330.
Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second the motion.
There's a motion and a second. I'll poll the board. Mr. Goodhart?
Aye.
Mr. Locke?
Aye.
Mr. Holden?
Aye.
Mrs. Williams? Aye. 4-0.
Thank you.
Moving to item 15.
Before you move on, it sounds like we need more than 30 days extension if we're going to take any action.
Maybe 60?
90.
Taking 90
Okay.
to request a 90-day extension.
Loud and clear.
And making it clear that that 90 days is the fact that 40 miles out, people weren't notified. Such a violation. Moving on to item 15.
Item number 15 for discussion only. Discussion on the over-appropriated water rights in Nevada Water Basin number 162, the current annual recharge of Basin 162, and the discrepancy between the two numbers. Review older files and analyze where the appropriation numbers as well as the recharge numbers were derived.
So this was my item.
May I open public comment first?
Yes.
Thank you. Is there any public comment? Give your name and spell your last, please.
John Bosta, B-O-S-T-A. I recall back, I believe it was about 1970, that the state engineer did a report, and at that time the water rights was 6 times the perennial yield. The question now is the number of water rights that the state engineer has issued, how many times is that over the perennial yield? Because the perennial yield is the amount that if you extract water and you have water coming in, it doesn't change the level of the water. And that's the perennial yield. And so I believe that the perennial yield is somewhere around 25,000 acre feet for the valley. And so the question is how many acre feet of water rights has been issued by the state engineer and is still active? And that number should be part of this inquiry. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions from the public? I'll close public comment, moving back to the board.
So This, this discussion-only item is kind of what the board's here for, at least for the Pahrump side. I mean, as far as Nye County is concerned, there's a lot of things we have to do. It's a very large county. But since I was on the board the last time, you know, this elephant in the room of the over-appropriation of water rights and what the basin recharge is and all this, you hear numbers all over the board. You hear the sky is falling, you hear all these other things, and I think it's going to be very important for this board to look at this. We don't have a giant budget, so there's not a lot of things that we can do monetarily to buy water rights, to move water rights from a certain place, to pump from the south end to the north end, because all of that's millions of dollars. But we can't make, this is my personal opinion, we can't really make any decisions until we get these numbers so that we're talking about and discussing something that's actually doable. And the reason I say that is, we discussed earlier about what a utility uses, you know, what a house uses, 260 gallons for the average house. We know that the average well owner uses a little over 300 gallons. We know that and I've been through this with Jason King in their office, going through all of the detailed stuff prior to 1293, going through, trying to solve our problem initially. Because we talk about 80,000 acre feet of water rights out there. Well, those aren't all going to be used. Why? Number one is because people don't use the maximum that they have. So if you just look in, I'm going off of numbers from 2017. So bear in mind that these numbers are going to be off from the growth that we've had in the county and the amount of pumpage. Now I believe Commissioner Strickland might be able to help me with that number. Is it 15, 16?
Yeah, they brought it down, and now I can't remember. I was just trying to look that up.
So there's a number that's been floating around out there that we have. You know, Mr. Basta just said 25,000 acre feet of perennial yield. I've always heard the number 20. I don't know what studies we use to get that 20. I don't know if that 20 is actually 20, if it's 18, or if it's 24. But since we're not at 20, I think if we use 20 right now until we can fine tune and get a better grasp of, I don't know that we need a study as much as we need to look at all the previous studies and try and understand where they're all coming from. Our problem isn't 20 versus 80. And that's what people need to understand. We're not over appropriated by 60,000 acre feet of actual going to be used water. The number is actually 20 to anywhere between 30 and 35. And when I say between 30 and 35 of actual acre feet of water that would be used, it's because of this lack of usage per acre foot. So we have wells out there that fall into that 80, and we know they use 300 gallons. So they're not, even though they have the right to use
1,700,
just under 1,800 gallons, they're only using 3. So we have to take all those numbers and look at the percentage. So when I work with Mr. King, the commercial we had out there at the time was 1,038 acre feet being used. They were being used at approximately 40%. So of that 1,000, we're using 415 acre feet. Of domestic, there was 7,105, and we're using 30% of their actual, what their potential was. Of municipal, there's 38,156 out there, which was being used around 30%, which was 11,000 acre feet. And I forgot what fell into other, but other 799, and that was being used at 70%. So that's probably more industrial, more things that were being used. When you calculate it all together, the actual, now you go into, there was 11,000 existing wells at the time, and we had them we put them up as high as 500 gallons a day because that's what the state wanted to use to try and do this plan, so we were using 5,000 acre feet. But if you count all that acre feet in use at the time, based on that, it came out to just under 14,000 acre feet being used. The potential, if all of those acre feet, the wells and everything were used, came out to 35. That was before, or no, it came out to 32. That was, so here's the big thing we talked about before. If there's 15,000 acre feet of irrigation out there, that could be used for irrigation. If you wanted to sell that to a building developer, if you wanted to move that for any other use, you were doing it at 3 acre feet to use 1 acre foot. And that brought down what could have been 15,000, which would have kept that number high at 45,000. That's why the number, but if you only use 5,000 of it, the number came down to 32. So this is something we're going to have to discuss at every meeting until we get numbers that we feel good at working with. And I don't mind sending these charts to the general manager, and we can do more research into these charts, and we can do more. But once we have a number that we can work with, and it's nothing's going to be written in stone. None of these are going to be perfect numbers. But if we have a number that says we have 33,000, 32,000, 31,000 of acre feet that potentially would actually be used, and we working off of a 20,000 recharge, now we have a problem that's 12,000 acre feet. So now all of the things we do, whether it's work on conservation, whether it's work on grabbing tax properties off of the tax roll so that well won't be put in there, and let the person have 2.5 acres next door, but not a new well. Then we can look at all those, and how much is this? Is this going to take off 100 acre feet? Is this going to take? Then we can go for grants that the feds and the states have for us and say, you're going to, this is going to solve 10% of our problem. We're going to pump water from the south end of the valley, put it in ribs in the middle of the valley, and recirculate water that's just going away, that's leaving our basin that we don't need. But until we have these numbers, until we have something to look at it as a business would look at it, we're just kind of doing studies, and we're kind of doing this. And this is something that I think is the most important issue for this basin that we can do as a water board, is get numbers that are based on something that we say this is what it's based on, and then work within those numbers, because we have to work within a budget. And, we do want to get somebody looking at grants for us, and we do want to get people doing that. And they won't let you do any of that stuff until you have a plan, until you show them exactly what you're trying to do. So I put this on there so that we understand that we don't know if 20 is the number. I mean, right now, we haven't had a lot of rain in the last 10 years. So that number could be 18, or that number could still be 25. I don't know where Mr. Basta got his number, but it could, if it's 25 and our usage would be 33, well, that's a lot easier number to work. But once we have something workable where if 10,000 acre feet is what we have to try and solve for, then we try and solve for that.
Well, I also want to know, in those numbers, or anybody else's numbers, DWR, USGS, are they including Clark County's usage in Basin 162 and California's usage in 162? They are using water from groundwater Basin 162. Are they documenting that water use? Are we getting any numbers from California on what they're utilizing?
Well, I would assume that most of the stuff is leaving our basin that's going out.
The only residential use that I know of in Clark County that would fall within 162 would be trout. I don't know that there's any Clark County, there's no municipal wells or anything like that where they're withdrawing water from 162.
Not yet. Yeah.
But I think this is an item that we need to kind of have where we update it every single meeting on more information that we found. So because without having this chart, and without having this chart for the public to look at, without having this chart for them to understand where these numbers are.
Well, and the other thing I think I'd like to see included is we all need to be on the same page of how many domestic wells there are. Everybody's got different numbers, and I really want to see that clarified.
Just initially I've only been in the desk for a month, but the Shaw report, which was generated and paid for by this body, is very, very thorough, as well as the groundwater management plan that was developed by the previous administration. It is thorough as well, and many of the questions that you're asking are right here.
Yeah, but this is 2022, and DWR's numbers that I was given in, trying to think, March of this year was 12,000, I believe it was 12,702 or 22. I'd have to look at my numbers, I don't have them with me, but there's over 12,000 wells.
Right, it was just under 12,000 at the last figures that I have here, so 11,000 and change.
So we need to kind of keep that updated every time there's wells. And one of the things that I think is interesting is people that have private wells that are buying water rights have to prove those water rights over a time frame.
No, they don't. Not when you have a domestic well. You were given the right to put in a domestic well. You don't have a water right to transfer from there.
But you can buy water rights.
The state's making you buy those water rights, but as soon as you put them on a property to drill that well, those water rights are relinquished back to the state, and you now have a well on a property. You don't have a right to say, you can't say, oh, I want to sell those to a bigger property down here and move them that way.
There are well owners that have domestic wells that have bought water rights.
They can buy additional rights to pump more water.
And they have to prove those additional water rights.
Yeah, we've seen that where a person has a 1.5 acre property. They want to have a lush paradise. They know they're going to pump more than 1,700 or 1,800 gallons a day, and they've bought another 3 or 4 or 5 acre feet, so that way they know they've got that. In essence, they've just got everything, greened up, a garden, big trees, grass, all the rest. So they bought additional water rights to put onto that domestic well, which is within their purview.
Absolutely, but are they being told that they have to prove those water rights by using that water within the year time frame that their meter is being read? So if they've got an additional 2 acre feet, are they using that, and are they overusing to prove that they are using those 2 acre feet? It's very complicated.
Well, I think initially it's incumbent upon the person to say they transfer 5 acre feet. I've seen this happen. They only needed maybe 3, but they bought 5, and they kept the well going, because when you do PBU, proof of beneficial use, you don't want to turn in a meter reading that shows you that you only used 3 acre feet and you bought 5, because they'll approve you 3 acre feet and you just kissed off the other 2. So there is an incentive for that homeowner to, would you say, use more water than they normally would, just to have the PBU set at 5, and then in subsequent years they might use 1 or 2 or 3, and the state's not been going by and saying, oh my gosh, you're not using the full 5. They're using a good portion of the 5. That's not who the state was going after. The state was going after people who had, a few hundred acre feet of water doing nothing with it for year after year. That was who the state was focusing on, the bigger players.
So here's a mathematical problem that the state created with 1293 that I don't think anyone's looking at yet. If you look at those ag rights at 5,000 acre feet, most of which, I'd say the majority of which have been banked at a utility, and you still have the potential to do, let's call it 7,000 wells in town. Each one of those wells is supposed to buy 2 acre feet of water to build a house. Well, 2 times 7 is 14,000. Well, who are they buying water rights from? Because there's going to be no one to buy them from to do that. And what's the cost going to be if there's 300 left? So essentially, this is a big problem for not only this board to look at, but for the Nye County Commission, because they are taxing properties as a single-family residence that I believe, shouldn't be taxed that way because they cannot operate. They can't put a house right now unless they go do something to put the house. And at some point in time, they won't be able to put a house.
You're right, at some point in time, there'll be a lot of people owning property that they will not be able to put a house out there unless they do what they do in Dillwyn Springs or somewhere where you have that little water, what do you call it, catchment, outside on their property, and the water truck trundles out there, once or twice a month.
Water hole.
Yeah, and there'll be a lot of properties out here where there won't be water rights to buy, and they won't be able to drill a well. Correct.
And that
has a direct diminishment upon the value of that property. Correct.
Absolutely, and I have seen Water Hole, Dolan Springs, Meadview, that whole area, and I have got to tell you, I find Water Hole a health question because there's so many things related to hauling the water, unloading it, reloading it. I mean, it's just crazy. And it's an issue, and it may be something that this county is going to have to face in the very near future.
Well, that's what using these numbers is going to help us look at.
Thank you.
It's what's going to help us analyze, well, wait a second, if all this goes to developing 6,000 homes here, then all these parcels that have been there for 40 years, so we're creating new parcels to put homes here, yet these people, which I still believe was a taking of their right through 1293 and a taking without any notice, there was no notification sent to those people, they lost the right to put a house. And that brings up a whole nother issue that goes a little beyond this, but I think we should still look at 1293 as a board.
Well, and we've also got developers that were approved, their projects were approved years ago, and they've got a certain water allocation appropriated to them, and or they hold water rights for, and is it appropriate today with the amount of houses they want to build, 200, 300 houses?
A lot of those GDAs have time limits put on them, and that's what I think Mr. Locke referred to earlier in this meeting. When you're a general developer, things are always changing over time. They never stay constant. So a lot of these development plans, forgive me if I'm mistaken, but I think a lot of them had sunset dates on them, correct? No?
I believe one's in the making, and it doesn't have a sunset.
Well, but the sunset date on allowing somebody to develop a project versus saying, look, the state NDEP changes their regulations every 3-4 years, and a developer has to deal with them. We can't say that we're in the same situation as Pahrump was in 2001, 2, 3, 4, when a lot of developers went into, did they choose to wait 20 years to build? Yeah, they did. They did because there was a downturn in the economy in 2008, 9, 10. There was, other issues that came up that they chose financially to not do that. And during that time, water became a different issue. And so for us to say as a board that more water should be appropriated, to a development, I don't understand why that would be. I mean, the states obviously said that. The state's come in and done all kinds of rulings in this basin saying that, this is a critical management basin.
Even as a homeowner, it's done, like you said, or a parcel, individual parcel owner. Yeah, they've changed the rules in the middle of the game. Yep.
I want to make a comment on this. What we really have to decide, there's two ways to address this. I understand and I agree with you, the 80,000 figure will never be used. There is a number that will be used that is more than what we have been told the sustainable yield is. So there's that number. So you can address it a couple of ways. You can address it by shrinking the water rights such that the amount that will be used will agree with the sustainable yield, or you approach it another way by saying, we know there's so much used by a household, and a household results in so much commercial use and so forth and so on, and you say, okay, the build-out of the basin is X number of dwellings. So you either set it by a dwelling limit and say that's it, and once that number is developed, then the only way somebody can build a new dwelling is if one's taken out of service, or you shrink that number by whatever means possible, and whether you can get grants to do that, however you do it, but somehow you do it. So there's two ways to approach it, and we have to decide which way is the appropriate way to approach that.
Well, I think that you approach it from 2, 3, 4, or 5 prongs. I don't think there's just one way. You're not going to. State water law is very strong. You're not going to go say, "Oh, I know you got 1,000 acre-feet of water, but we're taking them." I mean, you can say that, and we'll be in litigation. I'm not afraid of litigation. We'll be in it for 3, 4 years, and during that 3, 4 years, while you're trying to do it, and the appeals are made, and all this kind of stuff. When I say a 3 or 4 prong approach, it's a little bit of everything. That's why when we said, look, people were granted agricultural rights in this valley a long time ago to use to grow cotton, to use to grow other things. They chose to hold on to those because they knew they'd be worth money. But they were giving them for agricultural. And the way our basin started going, we said, well, yeah, you still have them and you can still use them for agricultural. That's what you were given. But if you want to go to anything else, because of the water issue in our valley, you're going to give up 3 for the one you're going to use. Well, that was part of what you're saying. That was part of the plan. But that doesn't mean that's the only way you can do it. So then you do it other ways. And just looking at what somebody's actual usage is based on the acre feet appropriated just gives you a number to work off of. That's not like one way to do it. That just gives you a number. That's what people, there's always anomalies. There's always going to be the person who's going to have all these trees and be watering it and buying more water rights. But the average is what we go off of, because we can't do it. But once you get the number tighter, then you can go after anomalies. Then you can say, well, if you really want to be using this kind of water, well, but that's not, we've got to pick off the big stuff. We've got to look at how to get this number closer, and is there ways to do it? Because if there isn't ways to do it, then there's a bigger problem. How much water is leaving out the south end of the valley? We know the water goes that way. That's something the general manager needs to look at, see what we can find, see if we need to do another study, talk to Mr. Klinke about it, and determine, okay, is there a grant? Does it make sense? Can we pump 3,000, acre feet back up somewhere in town? What would that cost to do that, to put in the line, to use the easement, and is that gonna help? And that's what we got to analyze. But if the answer, I don't believe, again, my opinion, I don't believe it's a one-prong approach. This is multifaceted, and we have to look at it in every way possible, because everybody, you're not going to tell anybody they can't do something without there being pushback. You're not going to take anything away from somebody without there being pushback. And pushback takes a long time to deal with. And I'm not saying that we're afraid of doing that, because we have to make serious decisions. But it's not just one decision, it's going to be a lot of decisions.
There's going to be pushback because you basically are there's going to have to be some taking on paper, but it's not taking in reality. If you have more water rights or more water use and sustainable yield, taking some of it is not really taking. If it's just on paper, it's not real.
Well, if the paper has a value, then it's taking. So, you can say it's a taking on paper, but in a sense, curtailing, the state engineer's been curtailing forever. That's something they've been doing. When a basin gets over-appropriated or gets to the point where they start doing that. And there's water law going back to first in use and everything else. And
And that's
We just need to be careful with,
Then they go by priority date, exactly.
1293.
Priority date when that well was put in service.
and that's one of the, so that's a really big issue that came up when I was on the board last time, was that all of these new, people are buying these water rights to put a well in their property. And so they're buying a right that might be from 1993. Well, if that right was a 93 right, and you put it on a property, and the state took those two, but 30 years from now, they have to go to first in use. They're gonna go tell that person to cap their well because they were 93 and the cutoff date is 1965? I mean,
Well, and
that's,
if they built their house in 2000 and my well was put in 96, why should they have priority over mine?
No, what happens, I believe on that, there was a little bit of a differentiation, that it goes back to the base right. If you bought from an ag right from 1955 and you bought 2 acre feet and drilled your well, it goes back to the priority date of the base right. Where the state engineer was saying, if you just drilled a well on your property because you had that right to drill it as just a domestic homeowner, in that case, the priority date was the date you actually drilled the well. So that was a distinction that the state was making. They didn't want to have to go out there and have people and say at some point in time, 30 years in the future, okay, you got to cap your well because your well was drilled in 1993 and your neighbor bought some water rights, ag rights, but they were, issued in 55, and so they have an older priority date, higher degree of priority than you do. So that's the differentiation between the priority date of a water right you buy versus just drilling, what was happening here, just drilling a domestic well because you had a property parcel.
that's an important distinction. But those are all things we're discussing. Those are all things we're talking about. I just wanted this on here so that we understand that I think this is something we've got to continually go through and continually try and get numbers.
I think you're right, though. It's like having a checkbook. You got to see what bank balance you're at, what your outflows are in, what your inflows are coming in. You got to kind of keep an eye on where you're at and how far out of whack your checkbook is, and try to figure out what you can do to try to bring them into more of a closer balance. So I believe by starting the discussion, I agree with you, is, okay, this is where we're at, and then we kind of, over time, come to agreement with what we think the usable numbers are, and then we can kind of see what are we doing. Is that helping bridge that gap, close that gap, or is this going to widen that gap? So I believe in a multi-pronged approach, I believe is absolutely the best way of doing it.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
In the sake of discussion, I tried to be as prepared for this item as possible because of its broad nature. I do have some answers. If you would like to ask some specific questions and get to some of these numbers today, I am prepared to answer some of those questions. On one, the recharge rate is derived by the Nevada Division of Water Resources. It's currently calculated at 20,000 acre feet. That's an old number. The Division of Water Resources is currently trying to recalculate recharges, and they're working on getting recharges for all of the basins. So to get to your number, it is 20,000. That's the number that we're currently using for the recharge in Basin 162.
Okay, and
Go ahead.
then could there be a direction that at the bottom of our agenda, after adjourn, there'd just be a listing of those numbers so that they're in the view of the public, but they're also in view of us. So each month prior to our board meeting, we have those numbers.
I could include that in a monthly staff report.
No, I think updating the numbers would be way too arduous on a monthly basis. I think having a report that shows that as of this date, I mean, you can update them every year, but as of this date, these are the numbers we're working off of, and here's the projects we're working on, and here's what we hope to save or do through these projects. We hope to, we have 5 projects we're currently working on, and this one will save, we see, 50 acre feet of water.
So that'd just be in a staff report quarterly.
Yeah, I think we can have something on the website that shows
I agree.
the acre feet that are appropriated, the current usage of those acre feet under their different descriptions for quasi-municipal and commercial and agriculture and everything else. And here's our current pumpage as of this date. And we just have it, we don't have to update it all the time. It's just something for somebody to look at.
Madam Chair, I can also make it a priority in my office that if there's any changes in any of those numbers, that I can bring those to the board's attention as they go, and then include any updates in a quarterly report.
And it would be on our website, so
Yes,
the
ma'am.
public has availability.
I think I guarantee if you ran out in the street and started surveying the public and asked them if we pump more than the recharge in this basin, you'd have 80% of the people say, of course we do. We have a water problem. When we don't pump more than the basin right now.
But you also get the comment from the public that may not be on a private well that say, I turn my faucet on and I've got plenty of water. There's no water problem.
Well, the more we can educate them, the less calls Dan's going to field asking the basic questions that could be seen by putting things out to show people this is where it's at, this is what we're working on, here's what we're doing. I mean, I would love to have seen what Las Vegas has looked like 20 years ago when they started their growth and said, well, we don't have any water to build these next 30,000 homes that we're putting over here, but we'll go get it from somewhere.
But they're still advertising.
Oh, of course,
The water district advertises. They've got plenty of water and it's running through the system and they're just doing great. There isn't a water problem.
I can assure the board that most of the comments that I've received from the public, people are very water conscious and they are reporting water wasters. They are trying to be conservative, and the public does want and desires more conservation education.
And I see that on a monthly basis with the Private Well Owners Association at the meetings. The reason why there's been several complaints is those issues have been brought to us, and we have asked them to go to their county commissioner and follow through with a complaint. So, there has been cleanup on water waste, and Dan's been part of that. So we're moving forward on a lot of things and very quickly.
Well, I'm kind of done unless you have something to say, Manager, with the item as far as just bringing it forward, trying to discuss what I think we should do moving forward as far as putting together a more current spreadsheet of these numbers, and then having something to work off of, having something to do with that.
Does the manager have everything he needs?
I do. If you have any other further questions, I don't have any further, but if we're seeking to get to the nuts and bolts of the numbers, I can really rapidly tell you that from the groundwater management plan, the total permitted water is just under 60,000 acre feet within 162.
And then you add the other 20,000
And what year
in the
was
wells.
This is an 18 report, 2018, and that's including everything: the wells, the agriculture, mining, everything all together. The entire basin is about 60,000 acre feet. The actual pumpage, as Ms. Strickland has said, is 16,000 feet. As we've already stated, our recharge is 20,000 acre feet coming off the back. If you do all of this math, according to the Shaw report, in 2068, so 40 years out, we're looking at a projected deficiency of 6,600 acre feet. If everything was left as it is, if we were to play the equations as they've been made, in 2068, we will be looking at a net deficit of 6,600 acre feet. I believe that with the actions of the board, the continued ideas that you guys have presented, that we can whittle away at that available growth, essentially, and that's what all of these processes are meant to do, is to reduce the potential pumpage. If you're looking for direct numbers, I think that those are the main numbers right there.
Board Chair, I have a question. I have a proposal I want to make for a future board meeting as a project to reduce water use. Is it appropriate to talk about it as part of this discussion, or should that be, how should I handle that?
Well, on the agenda, we have an item in the beginning to bring items forward for future meetings. That kind of is a past thing. I would suggest that you discuss it with the manager and request an agenda item.
Okay, I'll do that.
Is that with the?
Yes, ma'am.
Like to see that?
And just for future reference, Mr. Holden, you can, during number 4 of the agenda item, you can bring forward as many items as you would like to direct staff at that time.
Okay. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to close item 15 and move forward to item 16.
Item number 16 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to direct staff to act in cooperation with Nye County staff to assist Victor and Annette Fuentes in composing further correspondence to the Office of the State Water Engineer and the Division of Water Resources.
I'm going to open public comment.
John Bosta, BOSTA. I recommend that you support the Fuentes in their letter. The county commissioners has forwarded this letter to the state engineer. I know that the state engineer observed that meeting and called Mr. Fuentes personally. And so I would suggest that you support this letter because the county's already sent it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else that would like to speak on this item? Your name and spell the last name.
Annette Fuentes, Fuentes. I would just like to say that I thank Mr. Weeks and the board here for trying to help us with this situation. It's been a long on process, and we do need the help and the support, and we thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? I'll close public comment, bring it back to the board for discussion and deliberation.
I just had a quick net. So you said that it said that this is affecting 64 other water rights. Is that held by the Fish and Wildlife? It just says this vested water right for the church is affecting 64 other water rights held by Fish and Wildlife Services.
Yeah, that is what
Could you give your name, please, for the record?
Victor Fuentes, Fuentes.
Thank you.
And I don't understand that part, but that's what I say. I feel that my vested water right is the one who be affected.
Right, exactly. I mean,
by
I just
all those.
Yeah, it's just kind of weird. They're looking at the vested water right has priority. In fact, your vested water right predates the Nevada appropriation of water law. So,
correct.
was this language drafted by who? Who drafted this
I think
language?
Lorenda Whitman.
Okay, I'm just
Yeah.
trying to. I know what you are getting at. I just don't understand the reasoning behind the language. I'm in 100% of your support of your plight. In fact, I think about 12 years ago, I pointed out to you that you had vested water rights on your property dating back, right? And this is what we're talking about, the 8 acres that was flood irrigated forever, right?
Correct, yeah. And our vested water right is the only vested water right in the Carson Slough. Fish and Wildlife do not own any water right in the Carson Slough.
This is going all the way back to Senator Key or whatever, right?
Correct. I go all the way back to Senator Key Pittman. Yeah.
Right, Key Pittman, yeah, okay.
So would you like the language to change?
No, I don't think we need to change the language. I was just trying to understand why they had that language, but I don't want to go ahead and get hung up in the details and not approve this. So I just needed that explanation, but I'm going to start off and make the motion that we as a board put our weight behind the board and petition, nicely, respectfully request is all we can do, that the state engineer, Adam Sullivan, that they put this high on their list of priorities to address this issue.
Thank you. Any further comment from the board? And there is a motion? Am I correct?
There is a motion,
There is a
correct?
motion, Mr. Goodhart's motion. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second it.
There's a motion and a second. I'll poll the
May I
board.
throw in something? It's my understanding, we received a phone call from Division of Water Resources. The moment that this was heard, they contacted us and let us know that the next day they were putting this on priority and they were meeting, the state engineer was meeting with his staff to discuss it. That was our last meeting, the Board of County Commissioners, so we haven't heard anything since, but you need to be aware that DWR has supposedly made this a priority.
Could you repeat your motion? I was not very clear on
Okay,
that.
my motion is that we offer our letter of support, to this application, this petition for the state to address this issue, that we are on board with this letter and we concur with it, and we would wish the state all do haste in, the adjudication and completion of the requested investigation. So we'd like to, give a letter of support to this.
I'm still not clear. Is this in regards to the new Order 1330?
No, this is completely different. This is actually in regards to a water right issue that has been ongoing with the church camp and the state, probably, I would say, probably going on 12 or 13 years, right? When they altered the course of the waterway. Is it 14 years? Okay. And what had happened was they took that water right that was a vested water right, a surface water flow from their property, and diverted it around their property. So this is something completely different from 1330.
I've heard of this. This is next to the Ash Meadow.
It's wholly surrounded. It's a private inholding in the federally occupied territory referred to as Ash Meadows.
Okay.
Is there a second to the motion?
I seconded it.
Thank you, Mr. Locke. There's a motion and a second. I'll poll the board. Mr. Holden?
Aye.
Mr. Locke?
Aye.
Mr. Goodhart?
Aye.
Mrs. Williams, aye. Motion passes 4-0. Close the agenda item and move to item 17.
Item 17, supporting reports. County liaison, organization members, or any other staff.
Item A, board reports. Number 1, Las Vegas Valley Water District and Southern Nevada Water Authority. Do we have any report?
No, ma'am.
Number 2, Central Nevada Rural Water Authority, Nye County Commissioner Deborah Strickland.
I have nothing to report at this time.
Thank you. Move to item B, staff report. Item 1, General Manager, Mr. Weeks.
Okay, I'd just like to let everybody know that the office is coming together well, functioning mechanically. We're doing what we can. We've got a new computer on the way that'll allow me to enact more change at my desk. You'll see that invoice coming shortly. We've got the website under control, and I'm under heavy training with Ms. Tackett, and will remain under heavy training with Ms. Tackett for a period of time. Her systems are dense, and it will take me some time to get through them, but they're all necessary. They're all statutorily required, and my focus triage-wise is making sure that we are statutorily required and compliant in all manners. I would like to report to the board that we are starting to get good comments from the public. We are interfacing with Nye County. We have gone out and done a field survey of a water waster, which is a new process that the Water Board hasn't embarked upon, so we've got new precedent there. We're working well with the Nevada Division of Water Resources and working through their chain of command and establishing relationships with those stakeholders, which are going to be vital for the better I can get along with Nevada Division of Resources, the better I can execute your desires from that department. So I've also triaged that as a priority. I believe that other than technically on the computer side, I don't believe that the Water District is in need of any emergency action as far as moving forward. I think all of the parts are in place. With no handoff from the previous administration, there's been some of a learning curve and some pickup and some goose chasing, but we're getting to the bottom of it. And only with Nye County staff would I be where I am. If they hadn't helped me and wouldn't be continuing to help me even right to this morning, you would not have a meeting. They went in circumstances that they were being hammered, took the time to help the Water District and to make sure that we were where we needed to be and statutorily required. And I can't thank them enough for what Nye County staff was able to do. Your Water District is running. I don't see any major problems right now. So that's my report for now.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
We had talked about, I think it was in our first meeting, about the potential hiring of a staff assistant. What's your opinion? Do you need administrative support now?
I would say at this time, no, because I'm still under heavy training with Ms. Tackett. We have talked about this, and we've put in some benchmarks so that if I'm not meeting the requirements that I need, not only statutorily but also process-wise with the county, we'll know that I'm not making those marks before it becomes a problem, and I'll come before the board and say, look, we're not getting there. I would say right now, we're fine, and adding an administrative would just add a layer of training and communication that would probably just delay me. So for the time being, I would say I'm stable.
Thank you.
I'd like to comment, General Manager. I agree with you. The county staff, when I tried to set up our first meeting, were absolutely amazing and absolutely supportive, and I don't think that there's any possible way that this board could take any action to be grateful to all of them for their integrity and the way that they have worked to help us get back on our feet. And the public needs to know that we started with nothing. There were no computer files. There was nothing. And the office, I have to apologize to you, Mr. Weeks, is a disaster. The conditions are shocking. And I think they should be improved rather quickly, because I don't think it's right to ask any employee to work under those conditions.
Well, there are some concerns. The water board at my desk does interface with the public, and we have some ADA issues, and I intend to, that's a focus of mine, because the more problems that I can handle at my desk with the public, the fewer come to you, the fewer go to the county, and it's a damage control situation that if we can get a hold of some of these issues right away at the water board desk with the public, it really will reduce the amount of complaints, confusion, vocabulary problems, and all these other things that they do add up to a lot of administrative time. Having the public be able to get into the water district and get to the answers quickly, I think, is advantageous for everyone.
Unfortunately, the public access, I don't think, is reliable. But again, I would ask the board make sure that they're fully aware of the conditions that our manager is working under. Are there any questions of the board members of the manager?
No, I'd like to thank you for pushing through all that, and look forward to seeing what happens when you do have a computer that can do all this, and when you have things more stable. And I'd like to thank the liaison commissioner and ask her if she'd please state something at the Board of County Commissioners on behalf of the Water Board, that we thank the county for all their help in doing this, because we have to work together with the board if we're going to be successful. And if we can, the only way we can do that is working together with the board, where we can help each other out. And I just think that's super important that, you know, we try and answer water questions for you, because I know that you guys are underworked and you don't spend any time doing anything, so you would rather work on. You know, and that's going to have to be the way we do it. But the fact that Dan says he's gotten that much help, I really think you should thank staff on the board.
I personally, and I make my own cards, I personally thanked individuals already for some of the work that they've done, just by a little gift thank you card. But their work and everything that they've done goes way beyond that. And I agree with the manager. We would not be here if it was not for county staff, and we can never show them the appreciation that we have to be able to be here and work in the public's best interest. Thank you. I'll close item.
May I?
Yes, ma'am.
We're all of the understanding that John Klinke's office, along with your office, finance, and everyone that's working in that building are working with a poor structure that needs to be replaced. And I need to reassure this board that we are working towards that end. But at any time, if we see that we need to move all of the staff out to facilities we don't have, it would be that we'd need to move them into something that's rented. So we don't visualize that as a Board of County Commissioners at this time, but it is an option for you if you do find that your staff is not in adequate facilities. Thank you.
Yeah, and I thank you for that, because it's difficult, because your finance department doesn't have much interaction with the public. Our general manager is going to constantly have contact with the public, and I'm very concerned of access for the general public, and I think it's something that maybe we should address as quickly as possible. I'll close that item and move to item 2. John Klinke, do you have a report?
John Klinke, Klenke. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and staff. I believe this is what would come under that. The brief overview of most recent action taken by the collective Nye County Science Team's Port of Water Board and presentation on the significance and deficiencies of the DV3 model. Explain both probable impacts and the possible impacts may have on Nye County District. We've talked about that some, and I thought about it a little bit. So I thought what I would do is just give a little bit of history of the DV3 model, how it fits in the geology for those of you that aren't familiar. So just going to be a couple of paragraphs. And then we can discuss after that whatever you want to discuss about this. So the Devil's Hole is located near the southwest terminus of a series of interconnected carbonate limestone aquifers, collectively referred to as the Carbonate Rock Province. The continuity of these carbonate rock reservoirs probably achieved through extensive fractures and to a small degree by localized solution cavities. The rocks of the carbonate rock provenance or corridor are the source of underflow between local aquifers and have highly variable transmissivities ranging from 400 to 900,000 gallons per second per foot. That's by Winograd 1963. So water in the corridor flows predominantly from the east to the west with a slight southern component. So it's going through all those combined aquifers that we've been talking about. The heads of the carbonate rock aquifer are higher than the alluvial heads in some basins, such as Basin 230 and lower in others. This carbonate head is held back on the eastern side of the basin, just west of Devil's Hole, by a geophysical inferred feature called the gravity fault. The crux of Nye County's concern revolves around how much of the carbonate water makes its way, flows into the alluvial basin or the farms area, and how this flow is conceptualized in the DV3 model. The DV3, actually called the DERVIS, Death Valley Regional Flow System Model, version 3, is the latest version of the USGS model. This is actually the fourth model to attempt to characterize flow across the flow system from the eastern side of the NNSS or the previously referred to as the Nevada test site, to Death Valley. So we have the IT model that was the original model from 1982 to 1987, the Dervis 1 model from 1998 to 2004, and then the Dervis 2 model from 2005 to approximately 2018. Each of these models has a different aerial extent or footprint, and each was calibrated differently. Nye County believes the latest version, DV3, is the best model USGS has produced to date. The DV3 model has a plethora of information from drill holes in the area within the NNSS. It was used to provide direction and amount of groundwater flow across the NNSS to provide closure for critical action units, or CAUs. In order to balance this flow, discharges were set across the carbonate alluvial interface of Basin 230, the carbonate alluvial interface across the gravity fault. Nye County contends that pumping the alluvial aquifer approximately 8,000 acre feet annually has not increased the flow across this interface an additional 6,000 acre feet from 2,500 at steady state to currently 8,500 acre feet as shown in the model. This model generated flow increase puts a huge burden on the pumping in the farms area to the impacts of the Devil's Hole pumpfish, as known as Cyprinodon diabolus. The USGS had sent a proposal out to the federal agencies and included Nye County for a pump test to be conducted on the west side of the gravity fault on 12/22/20. In response to this, Nye County sent a letter to the USGS July 2nd, 2021, pointing out the possible problems with the proposal, and proposed the idea of an enhanced monitoring system consisting of a new carbonate and aquifer well, as well as instrumenting existing wells to gather actual data as related to the connected flow across the gravity fault and towards the Devil's Hole. The state had recently announced the implementation of Order 1330, restricting appropriation movement of water within Amargosa Desert. Change applications will be evaluated by utilizing USGS Death Valley Regional Flow System Model, numerical model, to determine if there will be no net increase in water level declines at Devil's Hole over a subsequent 50-year period. Nye County's next question should be, what is the state's definition of net increase in water level decline? So in that letter, after that, May 25th, 2020, we attended the Amargosa meeting for Interim Order 1330. We pointed out three things in our response, and we also gave a copy of the state, and that was the DV3's 84A corridor is not tested, and that's what they call the mega corridor. They also call the mega corridor where the water flows. The Devil's Hole was not calibrated to the current levels of water levels in Devil's Hole, but to the assumed unaffected water levels that would be present if there was not pumping. And the other thing we said, the model is pushing the data. The data is not pushing the model because there's a plasticity in data in that area. So that's what I came up with. I hope that helps some, but it gives you kind of an idea of overview, the 30,000 foot of what this is all about.
Any questions from the board?
Yeah, thank you for that. That's very descriptive. And then I'm kind of looking at it as a layperson. You've got all the scientific terms and technology, a way of putting it, but from someone who's been there since the early to mid 90s, over the last 30 years, we've seen consistent pumping in the Amargosa Farms area, and pointed out on the graph that came out with, I think, the petition that Mrs. Fuentes provided that came from the Park Service, but it actually shows that the level of Devil's Hole is higher than it was even back in 1980, predating the pumping in the Amargosa Farms area. From 1980 to 1992, 93, there was very little pumping in the Amargosa Farms area. And the reason why there was a lot of pumping after that was they was called the Amargosa Resources, Inc., and they called it the water forfeiture hearings that hit Amargosa Valley in the late 80s and early 90s, where thousands of acre feet were forfeited by the state for non-use. And that's where Bob Kochi cut his teeth, and that's where he rose to prominence by stripping away thousands of acre feet from people for non-use. And but since the 90s, the water has been used to a lot higher degree because people realized if they didn't use it, the water would be stripped away. But also interesting to note, during those water forfeiture hearings, thousands of acre feet were actually given back to the owners because it turned out that the state had not followed due process. And the Nevada State Supreme Court ruled on behalf of a class action suit that gave a lot of water rights back to many individuals that had their water rights forfeited by the state. So just a little bit of history to show you what has happened. But the amount of water being pumped in the Amargosa Farms area since the early to mid-90s has been fairly consistent. Some of it has migrated a little bit southward and eastward, closer to Devil's Hole. Full disclosure, due in part to an aggregation of water rights that the dairy had bought. But it's still interesting to note that where the Devil's Hole pupfish level is in relation to the washer on the wall, if that model had very much predictive ability to the real world, we would have seen a lot bigger decline since 1980, 1990 to present today. So sometimes I think you're right. The models should be sometimes a little bit more data-driven instead of just the theory-driven, the theory pushing the data, but the data pushing the model.
Yeah, exactly correct. That's the feeling we have. And of course, collecting data costs money. So, but that would be the best of all worlds, I think, because we know that the state's going to adjudicate using this model. There's no way around it. So the more data we have, the more we can show, try to keep everything grounded.
And one thing about the Death Valley Regional groundwater flow model is it ties a lot of these basins together, you know. Mercury Flats, all the stuff around the test site, but as well as the Basin 162 and the Pahrump Basin. And that's why that should be of some concern to residents both in Amargosa Valley as well as here in Pahrump. Thank you.
Yeah, right, yeah, and as Ms. Fuentes said, that of the 40 miles instead of 10 miles, that makes a huge difference, especially on the up gradient, which may affect the test site at some point, who knows?
Any other comments? Would you have a copy of that to the manager so he can get it to the board members?
Sure thing.
I appreciate that. And the other question I have is USGS DV3, the previous board had a study done of that study.
Right.
You're aware of the material and information on that?
Yeah, I actually mentioned that in here when I talked about that.
Can you be a bit more specific?
Well, we looked at the heads and the proposed corridor and where they wanted to go back to the old Felderhof well, which I can't remember the number of it, but it actually sat to the north of the their corridor, their mega channel that they're saying, which is up there by Cook's Road area, and it was to the north of that. There was an old petroleum well that was pretty deep over there. It was over 1,000 feet deep. And what they wanted to do, that well was never abandoned. It was bridged. And they wanted to go back in and pump across that in the so that well's in the carbonate. So in the Paleozoic or the limestone. And they wanted to see on the other side of the corridor if they could see a pumping signal across that. Well, first of all, one of the problems is trying to open up an old well, an old deep well. That your whole budget can get shot trying to re-get into an old well. Sometimes it's a lot less statistically dangerous to just drill a new well. So we didn't like that idea. Plus that well, at the bottom of that well, they hit large caverns of large open spaces. We interpret to be caverns. So that would be measuring the hydraulic conductivity or transmissivity of the fracture system and not necessarily the carbonate matrix itself, the way the water flows through the pores, which is what we're trying to get at. So it could be more of a localized effect, which would not have given us an answer to the amount of transmissivity in the carbonate itself. Plus, they wanted to pump in the carbonate on the down gradient side in the Amargosa Basin, which is not the same argument as they're using where they're pumping in the alluvial aquifer above the carbonate and not taking that interface into account and seeing what the effect is on the other side. So that was one of our big arguments, is that if you're going to pump on the down gradient side, you need to pump in the alluvial aquifer and not in the carbonate aquifer if you're going to have an analogy to the current pumping situation in the farms area. So it wouldn't really be trying to measure what we're trying to measure. That was our other big point.
Didn't the study show that there was very little change from their study to the USG study on the water level?
Can you clarify that a little bit? I'm a little bit confused. Their study, you're talking about the USGS?
The USGS DV3.
Right.
Their water level, and then the individual that did the study last year on that study, that there was little deviation of the water level and that the pupfish were not being affected?
Well, we had pointed out that water levels are going up, but we're not near the critical level. That wasn't in the letter, but that's obvious if you look at the data. That there's some other factors in there there's the seismic factor, the effect of earthquakes on the water levels, which has not been defined. And because we're looking at such small intervals of supposedly affect the fish, that this comes into play and has not been has not been properly documented or the impacts figured out. And it's not addressed in the model, and I'm not sure how you address the model, but this is a factor which is a wild card, really. And right now, the water levels have been going up, but since the July 25th, I think it was 26th, earthquake sequence in Ridgecrest, California, the water levels in Devil's Hole have actually been going down, a slight amount, but the numbers we're looking at has been affected by that, has not yet recovered. It probably will at some point, but I mean, we're talking enough if that was considered to be due to the farms area, all the alarms and bells would be going off, so.
Right. But also another point to keep in mind, too, and we appreciate your work done on this, is that right now there's in play about 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 acre feet of water rights have been purchased by gold mines, and they're going to move them out of the Amargosa Farms area 35, 40 miles to the extreme northern part of Nye County, which they can do, and they're going to have a new point of diversion, a new place of use, a new manner of use. But that's actually going to diminish the amount of groundwater pumping in proximity to that the gravity fault,
Right.
And so we had said to the state, well, look, you're part of your, you should be kind of happy about this because there's going to be several thousand acre feet moved another 30 miles away.
Right.
And if anything, you should kind of say, well, that is a mitigating factor, and maybe now if someone wants to move 5 or 10 acre feet 2 miles to the south, you don't have to make them wait a year or two and say you're going to have to cough up half your water rights because through no action of ourselves or you, a few thousand acre feet have been moved 30 miles to the north, so we don't have to worry about this.
Yeah, and I think that's a good argument because...
But they've always told me, well, it's too difficult for us to collate all the data. And I'm like, oh, no, wait a minute. It's kind of pluses and minuses. You got 5 acre feet 5 miles further. You got 5 acre feet 5 miles closer. You should kind of be able to do an offset.
Right. And one of the things, it's not clear to me, but I think when 1330 goes into effect, it'll only be moving forward. So if water rights were taken off the books, that should balance out the way you're saying, I would believe.
Correct.
Yes. That makes perfect logical sense to me. We'll see if they do anything with it. Did I finish answering your question, Chair Williams?
Thank you. Yes, you did.
Okay.
Are there any further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll move forward to item C, report from other individuals, groups, or agencies regarding water-related issues. Is there any? Seeing none, we'll close that. Move to item number 18.
Item number 18 for possible action, discussion and deliberation to set the date, time, and location for the next Water District Governing Board meeting for Monday, July 25th, 2022 at 10 a.m. at the BOCC Chambers, Commissioners' Chambers, excuse me.
May I suggest that that time be changed to 10:30?
Noted.
That'd give me some,
I don't want him getting
some
a
breathing
ticket.
room. I just hope that Allegiant's getting better on their on time. But usually the first flight in the morning, they're good.
That work for you?
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
Any other comments? Seeing none. Item 19, general public comment. The second, it's open. Are there any
General public comment?
Tonopah? Commissioner Jabor, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to mention that earlier it was quite shocking to hear that 40 years out we will be at a water deficit here in the valley. What wasn't clear to me, and I will get that after the meeting, is that under the current residency, or is that for the proposed development of the valley?
Yes, that's with the,
Thing that
Let me have
Go
the
ahead,
manager, may I have the manager answer that for you? Go ahead.
Of course, thank you.
Mr. Jabor, that estimate was made by the Shaw Report, and it does include expected development and build-out.
Thank you very much for that clarification. I appreciate that. In previous meetings, when you were discussing the position for the general manager, it was mentioned that this would not be easy, and it certainly hasn't been. I appreciate, the commissioners appreciate the current board, and of course the general manager, and I appreciate and thank you for extending his term as the general manager. So we don't just talk about it. I would like to help do my part in suggesting that the general manager be able to utilize my office in Pahrump at the I, or, because I do use that office when I'm in Pahrump for meetings and signing confidential documents, etc. There is an office next to me that's a floater office. William Stark utilizes that office when he's in Pahrump, and that's at a limited time. As your liaison, Commissioner Strickland, if she has the time, perhaps she could show logistically either office on a temporary basis until we can find the general manager more adequate space. But again, to set him up for success and in a good and healthy working environment, I think this would be my proposal and suggestion. And this is not to veer away from the other employees that are working under those same conditions as he is currently. We are very well aware of the conditions, and we are trying to find space in the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jabor. Mr. Bosta, name and...
John Bosta, B-O-S-T-A. I would like to call your attention to the water district in Little Nevada. Is that the state engineer took the water that was in the utility company and he divided that water up into each of the people that was in the water district. And so they were given 5 acre-feet of water, or 2.5 acre-feet of water, whatever it was, for their connection. Now the state engineer is forfeiting those water rights because they haven't proven up the water rights. And basically what this is doing is this will strip all of the water on all of the property in Little Nevada, except for 2 commercial or 3 commercial people. And the landowners are going to have no water because their water has been forfeited. And that needs to be looked into. The next item I would like is to look at the Shaw Report, which the manager brought up. And I believe that if you analyze the Shaw Report at the date the Shaw Report was made, is that it was upside down by 5,000 acre-feet of water at that time. The next thing is that Commissioner Strickland has asked for the purveyor on water in Basin 162. The state engineer keeps track of every commercial well pumping water. In Amargosa Valley, he sends a tax bill to every purveyor of water rights in Amargosa Valley. But he doesn't send a tax bill to every purveyor in Basin 162. He sends that out to all of the parcels at $2.65, and I believe if you look at the legislation, the original legislation was $1. And these things are happening. The other thing I would suggest to you is that you have public comment before the discussion, and during the discussion, individuals can share information with you. Like, for example, you're talking about the GS report on Death Valley. There are maps that relate to Pahrump area, and it shows the amount of water coming into Pahrump and the amount of water exiting Pahrump. That would be the number of the perennial yield. Take the water coming in as 2 pluses, and the water going out is a subtraction, and that is the perennial yield. And you take, like in Amargosa Valley, the estimated income is 2,000 to 4,000 acre feet, and the outgoing is 300. I don't know remember the numbers for Pahrump, but the numbers are right there. You don't have to do all of these studies and that to find out what is the perennial yield, because that's already in the report of the USGS. The thing is you have not been studying the reports given to you. If you take the Tishner report, every new house that is created in a subdivision is a $900 deficit to the county in taxation. But that's never looked at. What they look at is, jobs and increase of taxation right now. But in the long run, it's $900 deficit on every new building in Pahrump. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else that would like to speak? Please give your name and spell your last.
Annette Fuentes. I just want to say thank you to all of you. You have really taken on a challenge. Water is such a challenging issue. Thank you, and I look forward to seeing how the Nye County Water Board is going to succeed.
Thank you. I'll close.
Chair, sorry. I'm speaking as a public. Deborah Strickland, S-T-R-I-C-K-L-A-N-D. I want to inform you that the July 5th agenda will have the Water Board placement on it. I was verified that by Frank Carboni, who came in. Also, on another note, Chair Carboni came in and handed me the Nye County Board of County Commissioners Rules of Procedure, which is the administrative code that we go by and which you are to go by. And it states within it, he highlighted it to make sure it was perfectly well known, that no person shall, by speech or otherwise, delay or interrupt the proceedings of the peace of the board, or disrupt any person having the floor. There is no point of order. If you choose to, Chair, or you as a committee choose to allow someone to interrupt your discussions by calling a point of order, they are incorrect. They are not a member of your board. I get to speak as a liaison because I've done the work as a Board of County Commissioner, duly elected, and I'm here to help you. It's my job to bring anything to bear that you may need to hear as the representative to the Board of County Commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And comment on that is that as Chair, I allowed it with the consideration of discussing it with the General Manager and getting legal counsel opinion. And thank you. Any further public comment? I will close. And item 20, I believe that's adjourned.
We're adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everybody.
Y'all did such a good job just talking about everything. I mean, really in-depth discussions to set that platform, you know?
I think you're all fabulous. Everybody needs to exit the building, please. Please exit chambers.
Yes, now, I want to ask you, just from my past work when I worked for the government, and we were doing all these energy conservation programs.
John, thank you.
Yeah, we do that at 4 different dairies in California, but the way that Valley Electric has been, they didn't want to pay us what it was worth, what it needs to cost, as well as.
I was coming down there.
I was coming to you.
Sit down, sit down,
We're
sit
doing it in
down.
California right now.
Spike is
4
that
different
one.
dairies.
Would you